Hello, everyone.
Hello.
The first thing chat heard was button bitch.
That'll
Yeah.
Good.
That
That
is
is
other way.
exactly the
That'll
way God
occur.
intended.
There is no God, only the button bitch.
Yeah. Welcome.
Is that the button bitch?
Hey, chat. How's it going?
Oh, well. Thanks, Jim McClurky, for subscribing.
Yeah,
Oh,
thanks,
thank you.
Jimmy McClurky, for subscribing, and welcome
you.
everybody to the final epilogues. Let me remember to tweet and stuff.
Yeah.
My nails.
Hit that. This one. Gonna link this over here.
Oh my god, we're getting a hype train going.
Oh shit! Already?
Yeah.
Jimmy, thank the people.
I can't see him right. Thank you,
Thank-
Assassin Whale. I think I saw someone named Brahma Llama. Hold on. The hype train is literally covering my ability to see who's subscribing. Hold
Jamie
on.
McClurky, thank you.
Jamie McClurky, thank you.
Hype
Assassin-
train
Miss Mooney.
is here.
Train.
Hype
Train.
train, go away. Miss Mooney, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm back. I can see chat now.
If I forgot to thank you, type in chat and scream at me for being a failure.
That's right, J-Man hates Streamlabs.
That is true, I do hate Streamlabs.
Do you know what would solve this problem?
I refuse.
But also, you are not a failure, J-Man. Do not be mean to the J-Man.
You're a success
I live in
story.
this shit, I will be me to him.
I'll fight Jarble with my fists. It's fine.
Thank you.
You'll jimble the jarbs.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't need
Put
to.
all the Jarbles in a sock and swing them
I can
around.
just show the thing this time. I don't need to have us linger on title card forever.
Yeah, exactly. J-Man, we love you. Heart emoji.
Thank you, Polly Pirate. Or sorry, Polly Pirate. Pirate? Thank you.
Pirate.
Message from
Oy,
Bunny. Heart emoji.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. I'm gonna go really quick, retweet your shill.
Oh
I
yeah.
did.
Chill. Oh yeah.
Do that.
I should also be better about that in general. Everyone who spreads the word, etc. Like if you let your friends know, if you watch, it really does help us out because word of mouth is the best thing, especially if it's from somebody who's passionate about the show, all that other fun stuff. Thank you for all the support. Seriously, it's like it helps. It helps tremendously.
Thank you.
Brr.
But you know what we should do while folks do that? Let's start introducing ourselves actually. Let's just get
Oh yeah,
into
smart.
it.
Yeah, let's. Oh yeah, we got some stuff. Christian at the top.
Hey, I'm Christian. I play Martha Teach, and I've got some fun stuff on my Patreon if you want to go check it out. I got some. I uploaded some gifts for the 13th God Party that I just put up. Layout of how all their kits evolved from Arm 1 all the way up to Arm 5. It's really cool. And next month I've got a special little teaser that's gonna go up on that, so go check it out.
Nice.
Excellent. Next up, Will.
Hi, I'm Will. I play Delilah Daffodil. That's her for now. And I'm also on Surprise Run RPG, where tomorrow we are continuing the Sweetstone arc in Ebon Ward at 3 EST. So hopefully you can join us. We left off at a very spooky note. And thank you for all y'all. Yes, it,
I forgot.
yeah. Crab.
Crab.
Hi, I'm Carl. I
Crab.
play Fade Philadelphus, and also a crab apparently. You can normally find me here on Sundays doing the randomizer stream, but tomorrow we're gonna do Fade and Son's big randomized adventure instead.
It's
Come watch-
still a
come watch
randomizer
that.
scream.
It's not a randomizer stream, it's just with a cat and his fridge.
Yes. Next
Oh,
up,
Garfield.
One
Yes.
of his fridges.
J-Man.
The Garfield randomizer.
Hi, I'm J-Man. I do camera work, I do GM work, I do a lot of stuff, but that's whatever. Yo, check out the official Discord and the website. We got some good stuff and all that. And normally I would hand over a Patreon showing the J, but I'm gonna do it this time because I want to mention something. Check out the Windrow's Everlasting Patreon on the $9 tier because we are getting back into doing mini RPs again, and the most recent ones have been really fucking good. We have like 3 up right now, I think, and I'm about to edit another one featuring Delilah and Graves a whole bunch. It's real good, so please check that out.
Good shit.
Nico.
Nico, it me,
Nico,
that me.
Nico.
I'm Nico. Hi, crap. I play Sonder in this game, and I do art for other games here and on Surprise Round. I also offer commissions for people who want an arts from me, and I have a Patreon that usually has commissions and stuff, but I've gone through the fucking this month, so I have paused Patreon rewards for next month. But it will be back up and running, and you can still, if you want to be a part of that, you can still give it a poke. But nothing's happening until until the month after next.
Perfect. Honestly, I'm really glad that you're doing that, especially after the fucking.
Yeah.
Next up, Civ.
Hello. Oh boy. Hi, I'm Civ. I am here, I am there, I'm Chantilly Iris. I do art, I have Patreon. Check it out if you want. I'm in Evanward tomorrow. If you want to see me lose my mind tomorrow, come on over.
Hi, I'm Jay. J-Man already handled most of mine, but yeah, we got more mini RPs coming out. They're good. We got 2 from last week. They're good. We got some coming out this next week. They're good. Please, tonight is the end of the epilogues. But tomorrow, as stated earlier, we've still got some Chapter 2 post-game content. We're doing the Fate and Sonder randomizer. Honestly, one of the best ways to honor, one of my best friends and his legacy for this channel is to randomize the shit out of his experience. So, here we go. The objective is buy Sonder a swimsuit and an accessory. That's it.
Will we manage?
Will
God
you
knows.
manage?
We'll find something.
Question mark. You find out tomorrow, but come back next week. We've actually got it's the Indigo 1-year anniversary, so we're doing stuff both days. Saturday is going to be the big beach episode, the big old beach episode. It's going to rule. Sunday is actually Roma's birthday, it turns out. So we're going to invite Cassius back to the city that day. So please come by for both days. It's going to be good stuff.
Yeah. Also, Desno555, thank you for the gift subs you're giving out.
Thank you so much for the gift subs.
Look at all those giftses.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Wandering Mask. I do art sometimes. I help out around here. And shout out Aloha for being on top of the links all the time.
Yeah.
Because that's incredibly helpful. And thank you to everybody who's donated and just come by to watch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Go buy Magic Kofi. On Kofi.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so without any further ado, I'm going to set up the precedent that I did last time, which is we're more or less going to be moving from scene to scene. I've checked with folks, double-checked with folks of more or less what you want, and I'm going to try to move everything through to keep everyone more or less playing. There might be long periods of time during this that if you're not playing, I'm sorry, it's just worked out that way. But in the event that we start running long, the people that I'm going to more or less cut out a little bit more aggressively for this would be Nico and Crab, because we have tomorrow as well that we could theoretically do stuff with. So that's my heads up, but otherwise we're going to hop right into the finale, or not the finale, the epilogues. The finale was 2 weeks ago.
We're
starting.
back, baby.
Yes.
2 minutes have restarted.
Starting with a scene that was requested. Let me start playing this one.
Shit, let me get to the right fucking. I'm looking at the stream and I'm back. I'm here. Hello.
Deep in Seaside, through a freshly pockmarked, burnt to hell concrete labyrinth, someone wanders. Moving through this area is rather difficult. This section of the city has been, well, devastated recently by a rash of landmines. Still slightly afraid of exactly that there might be one or two left over. She does make her way through, but hell, moving through what now looks like a war zone in heels is a little difficult. Delilah, you find your way to Pinnacle Tower.
Oh. Yeah.
And I believe you are carrying a few things for someone.
I am. Delilah very cautiously steps through the rocks and whatnot. And she has kind of like this nice blanket, and she makes her way up to about here and lightly sets the blanket out. And then she sets down an umbrella. A somewhat familiar one to some folks, but it's been repaired. It's Aporia's umbrella. She was able to go over to the 13th Ward and find someone to do their best in repairing it. It's not 100%. It's still kind of busted up for the most part, but it's the best she could do. And there is a small note accompanied with it. On the note, it just says, "It will never be the same as before, but if we do nothing, it will remain broken. This should get you through the rain until the sun comes out to greet us." And she kind of looks at it for a little bit and thinks, "We hurt you, and you hurt us. But I don't want petty revenge. And I'm not here to make a declaration that we're even, because we're not. And I don't think we ever will be equal in pain, nor should we. If we keep taking from one another, we'll be heartbroken forever. Instead, I'm here to make it up to you. You gave us so much, and we had the audacity to demand more. You gave us land, and even a chance to make the city, but we left you behind after you trusted us. I can't apologize for this betrayal, as I feel that would be more insulting to you than anything. An apology only has value if we take actions to show a desire to make amends or change for the better. It's going to take time, but we want to try. Admittedly, I think most people in this town don't remember you. While I can't say sorry, I can say thank you for giving us this home. And hopefully, we can share it with you so it can be our home. Because no one deserves to be forgotten in Indigo." And she gets up and does a very polite bow, and she just leaves.
Fantastic. You managed to make your way out through the rubble and sort of like the discarded section of the city. No one really maintains this place, but you'll leave what is probably one of the first offerings to this creature in quite some time. However, elsewhere in the city, someone also is thinking about the big dog, but their tone's quite different.
I bet.
Hey Vaughn, what are you doing here?
Vaughn is currently browsing Arch's shop for a weapon that could potentially beat up a ghost.
Okay, so you're going to need to give me a little more of a description than that.
So, like, imagine like a humanoid dog figure. You've seen like the dog folks around town, right? Like
Yes.
that, but ghost.
Okay.
And covered in shadows.
Okay. That's really cool. Arch kind of smiles slightly. Could you describe what it did? Did it have powers?
Well, it kind of just walked forward, grabbed my face, and then kind of ripped everything out of me.
How do you feel about that?
Mad.
Okay. I was about to say that that's pretty awesome, so I won't. I'll keep that to myself. And it had some form of incorporeality.
Yeah, a little. It was like watching a shadow walk around. Vaughn keeps on looking at the various, like, old-ass, like, medieval tier weapons Arch has.
Arch is like... So you're describing this, and you came to her. She actually looks out and across and like looks to the door. Why didn't you go to the forge across the street in that case?
How do I put this? That guy over there's real good at forging stuff. Probably the best in the city, if I'm being perfectly frank. But I don't know if he has much experience making something that can, hit something that's not exactly physical, right? And I heard your shop sells curses, and that thing seemed kinda cursed to me.
Arch beams at you. You've come to the right place then, my friend. She starts to shift back. Okay, what would I give you to fight something like that? She starts to eagerly dig through this weapon rack over here. This is the first time in a while someone has come in specifically looking for an occult artifact. Her last customer was... The door clicks open. The last customer was right there.
Oh.
Indigo, you
Hello.
found him.
Ah, we found him. Hey, so I need to. Does she just have? Is this just a?
It's a pile of excess tapes. Don't worry about it. Just go on. It's fine.
Okay. He walks in, sees Vaughn, is like, shit, fuck, finally. How long has it been?
Days.
Oh my god.
This dude's been avoiding you for not intentionally or not, he's been avoiding you for actual days at this point. This is the most you've had to hunt for a person in a while.
Person who's not a literal ghost.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, let's consider how he approaches this. Well, he waves to Arch. Well, Arch is busy.
Arch peeks up and looks at you. Oh, it's my favorite customer. She moves back over.
Vaughn kind of glances over, but kind of like a person just going shopping at a grocery store returns to browsing here. He doesn't know who this guy is.
No, of course he doesn't. He nods. He nods to Arch. Arch. And
how are the Knuckles treating
he he remembers punching the shit out of Corvo.
Well,
It's great. As good as ever.
She smiles very gently and turns back around. Actually, our customer today is also looking for cursed equipment. I'll tell you, I think this is the first time since you that someone's asked, so I am very excited. She begins to flip through them almost like a record keeper.
Sander slowly, his eyes slowly slide over to Vaughn. Is he now?
Vaughn is like picking up various things. He picks up this big ass shield here and kind of like tests its weight and just goes meh, and then moves over to this big ass axe, tests its weight also meh, considers picking up the gravestone meh, looks at the dragon with tire.
Dragon with tire.
What's Sander doing?
Sander's watching him. Sander's watching him pick up stuff and put it down.
Arch suddenly perks up. Are you familiar with the Kusarigama?
Vaughn turns around and looks at Arch. You know, I think I've heard about it, I think I've heard something about it from William, but I don't think I've ever actually seen it before.
She just quickly scoots over to you and then extends what appears to be like a sickle and chain. But then as you look closer at the chain has been replaced with an exorcism rope. I think if you tie something up in that, you could probably just... And she motions like a little cutting gesture with it.
Can I see it?
She hands it over.
Vaughn like kind of holds it in his hand and sort of like starts like spinning the chain around a little bit small wise so he doesn't fucking hit a person.
Please do not exorcise me.
Vaughn Arch says that and Vaughn like looks over at her. You a ghost too?
No. She says that almost disappointed.
Oh man, Vaughn just keeps on testing this out, kind of swinging it around a little bit. Is there a place where I can try this out at?
I guess we could. There's more space downstairs, I suppose.
Is it okay if I try it out there?
Of course.
All right.
She starts to move over.
Excuse me. He walks past Sonder.
Sander's leaning against the table just watching this. Trying to exercise something?
Yeah, I'm gonna go beat up a weird ghost dog. Looks at Sonder.
Sander considers this. So is that what you've been doing this whole time?
What do you mean?
I've been looking for you.
Why? Vaughn's still kind of spinning the chain in one hand.
He's watching Vaughn, kind of considering it. He's like, all right, he doesn't remember me. Whatever happened has not changed anything. Well, because they miss you. The Tide, they do. They don't remember, but they miss you.
Vaughn kind of scratches his head. Nico, do a vibe check.
It's like,
Vibe check.
nah, give me that good old roll to die. Oh, let's unwound Sonder.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's been a couple of days.
It's been a couple of days.
Oh god, that's not what I wanted.
Let's unwound Sonder.
I need to get my boy.
Here, I got you unwounded. Hit the roll to die again.
Well, roll to... No, I don't want to shoot. Stop. I didn't want the sea. Leave me alone. Roll to die.
There you go.
Oh, you're still locked in, so feel free to drop if you want. Actually, that's fine. That works fine.
Whatever. Keep it. It's fine.
Yeah. Sonder, when you vibe check the room, you can feel what Vaughn's feeling in his head right now. And when you said, well, because the Tide misses you, you can feel a pang of pain resonate in him for a second, and then it kind of quickly brushes off for a little bit, and Vaughn kind of looks at you. You know, I'm surprised. There actually seems to be an actually pretty decent amount of people in the city who can just remember me despite what happens. Guess you might be one of them. He kind of stops swinging the chain around. He holds the Kursari Gamma in one hand. Right now, I don't think I can go back. I think it's gonna hurt too much.
Sonder nods.
So, while I am gone, I'm gonna go, figure out how the hell to handle the shit down below. Well, not down below. Vaughn doesn't know about that yet. Oops. But he's on how to handle that supernatural stuff.
Sonder kind of leans back on his heels a bit. He looks like he's thinking. But he's. You get a feeling that he's putting on a show of how a person would behave, right? So you're looking to go hunt the one from last night, from that night, the big one.
Mm-hmm.
You know how you're gonna do that?
Nope, but I'm gonna figure it out. Always been kind of good at that.
Well, he kind of he settles his whole weight back down, and he rubs his knuckles a little bit. Again, looks kind of like he's considering something. I might be able to help with that.
Oh? Here, actually. Vaughn kind of Actually, wait, no. Vaughn takes the Kusarigama and, like, looks at it. Walk with me, actually, while we talk about this, as they go towards the bottom room.
You go towards Arch's creepy basement and let me move you over. There you go.
Vaughn, keeps on walking. So how do you propose you can help me?
Yeah, he's silent for a little bit, and you get the sense, like, he's calculating, like, considering his words. That side of the city is kind of my specialty, I suppose. I've been dealing with it for a long time.
And you've been able to make your way around?
Oh, sure.
Vaughn kind of stops in here and looks around at Arch's cult room.
Arch's literal bedroom.
Yeah, she looks at you like, what? She thinks this is normal. It's normal. Don't be weird about it.
Well, Vaughn kind of scoots past a little bit and stands in the, whoops, open up his token settings. Well, then he starts spinning the Kusarigama chain around more and more. How exactly do you find these things, then? Begins, like, mock swinging it in this direction.
Sonder leans against the wall and just watches him mess with the things. I've got kind of a sense for it, I suppose. You could call it that. I have an easier time finding them than most.
Vaughn kind of glances over at Sonder. The Kusarigama's, like, thing when he swings it almost goes off course for a second when he does that. So you were good at finding these things. Well, then could you help me find them?
He's quiet, slow blink, seems to be considering. Sure. I could do that. I've got a vested interest in finding that one myself. It's causing a lot of problems around the city, and I don't like that it takes things the way it does.
Vaughn swings it one last time and then wraps the chain around his hand. That thing ever do anything to you?
Sonder considers. He kind of he closes his eyes and kind of makes a gesture, like he's like it's a, how do you, kind of like the shaky hand, like, nah.
Yeah.
See. Vaughn looks over at Arch. Yeah, I think I will take this. Seems you got some good range and weight to it.
Arch smiles, looking between the two of you. It seems like she's focused on you also as well, Sonder, because you've been talking about how you can find scary things in view of her. And
all she knows is that he buys her curses.
Yeah. This has been a fascinating conversation. I'd be curious to ask more of you, she says, looking at Sonder, but at the same time, it's clear, personally, she looks at Vaughn, you have something else going on, and it would be rude of me, as the owner of this store, to interject myself in the conversation. Her gaze, those glittering eyes shift back to you, Sonder, but in the future, I wish to speak
eye contact.
With you. They stare at each other across the room. Vaughn.
Yeah, pressed in between the pressure.
Yeah.
Two cryptids watching each other, Vaughn like, ah, God.
Yeah, Vaughn feels this and just kind of...
Sonder gives her an affirming shrug.
She smiles.
Vaughn looks over to Sonder. Oh yeah, I don't think I caught your name.
Sonder steps up, and he holds out his hand, and he goes, the name's Sonder. Don't worry about it too much, you won't remember. You never do.
Vaughn, you say that. Vaughn hears that part where you say, you never do. But then he also takes in the, don't worry about it part. And Vaughn just goes, all right.
Correct.
And shakes Saunders' hand. Well, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Scary theme.
Listen, I was hovering between two themes. One of them is Sonder explaining to Vaughn that like everything's fine. We do this all the time. No, I picked the scary one because you're like, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
That's whatever.
Vaughn looks over to Arch. How much for this?
She looks at it and thinks for a second. Unlike most of my tools, that one actually contains very little risk in taking them, so I can't give it away for free. She hops up. That rope is actually, I think, she tilts her head back and forth. It's from abroad somewhere, likely in the far south. I think I'd ask 50 vol for it.
All right. Vaughn reaches into his pocket.
Sonder holds up a hand and he's like, I got it. Don't worry.
All right. Vaughn sheaths his Tide's Edge brand wallet.
Sonder pulls out his own cash and hands that to Arch, and then he pulls out a business card and hands it. And before he hands it to Vaughn, he writes on the back of it, "If you need anything," underlines anything, call this. And hands it to Vaughn.
Vaughn takes it. Puts in his Tide's Edge brand wallet.
You exchange currency, and Arch seems relatively pleased. Not only that she did a relatively upstanding deal, but she also has the lead on where to find more weird shit. She
does.
She moves ahead. Well, can I show the two of you back upstairs?
Sure thing.
As they're following her, Sonder kind of looks at Vaughn again and is like, so what should I tell them? It's up
Vaughn.
to you. Do you want them to know?
Vaughn kind of scratches the back of his head. Actually, I think I got someone who should be handling that for me already.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. It's gonna be the next person leading it after all. Keeps walking.
Interesting.
You fall behind Vaughn and head back upstairs. Hey, Vaughn.
Yo.
You can ask Sonder to take you to hell.
Yeah.
Hold on, yeah, no, that's correct. Hey, Sonder.
Hey,
You
Sonder.
get this. Write it on the list!
Good. Fun gets to go in the snack bag.
Again, this is the second time.
Again, yeah.
That was a great scene. You two, I love those characters. Okay. Well, time sort of passes. And the situation changes for a few people. No, ignore that. Yeah, the situation kind of changes for a few people. Like, some of you put into motion plans to sort of rectify or alter your place in the world, while others, you put into motion steps that will keep you safe over the next few, next few weeks, as whatever happens. Teach, you're one of them.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you sit at the head of one of your classes, teaching to the best of your ability. Your new TA, who's here definitely not for the sake of witness protection, writing things on the board with a very hurried step behind you.
Yo, new TA just dropped.
You've been, Teach, the last few days have been, tiring is the best way to put it. You've been lying low, stuck in a boardroom mostly, grading papers and planning for lessons like this. The condition was that you wouldn't have to give up your duty of teaching at the university if you were going to come forward and testify on all of this evidence. You didn't want mobsters kicking in your door and gunning you down, etc., etc. So you've been sleeping in Pinion Tower in an apartment near the top floor that a certain slug abandoned a while back. Your erstwhile guardians have been on a rotation. Cosmo watching you sometimes, they have no combat capabilities whatsoever, so you just hope that no one picks a fight when they're around. Corvo picks up the slack sometimes, mostly he's off doing his own business, while you just grade papers in the corner. And finally, the bodyguard assigned to you by the school itself, Sonder, who keeps an eye on you.
Yeah.
It's one of those moments that Cosmo's here to watch, and you wind up moving through your entire class at a relatively quick pace. You sent your other TA to guard the roof, which she has been doing all day.
Yeah, that's my domain. It needs to stay safe.
Yeah. No, making sure that none of Riviera approaches the school. That's been Noctua's job. However, you do wind up wrapping class, and someone actually stays behind. Even as everybody else packs up their bags, puts away their notes, etc., you notice across the room someone's still sitting down there.
That's right, it's me. Your boy is back for another week.
Welcome back, Amy.
Welcome back, Amy.
He's down.
Okay. Teach is just gathering her stuff up, and then she notices Selef coming down. And I think it's one of those things where the situation is probably a little bit obvious that I've got some weird shit going on, and also I've probably announced circumstances at least. But yeah, she notices approaching and still just kind of keeps up that positive mood and just like, well, there's Selef.
Afternoon, Teach. May I talk with you?
Absolutely. She kind of turns over, already agreeing, like, you don't mind if just a little bit, right?
Looks between the two of you, and then they slowly raise their hands. Yeah, it's fine. I'll be waiting in the hall. Just let me know when you're done.
Gives her a little mock salute, and then kind of like, yes, is there anything I can do to help?
Yeah. This is a pretty secure room, right?
She kind of checks. Should be, yeah.
All right,
She kind of steps up a bit.
I don't want to waste too much time explaining, but I've been informed of the situation in the greenhouse, let's say.
She kind of stops and then just nods her head. Yes, absolutely. I see that you got information pretty quickly there.
Yeah, I was working late that night and happened to overhear some things, and the headmaster felt it was appropriate to debrief me, so I guess I'm helpless now.
Yeah. She kind of thinks about, like, Daring Wayne, you playing favorites? Okay, fine. And she just like, She thinks a bit. Have you feeling a weird way? Or...
Well, sort of, but probably not for the reasons that you're thinking. But I felt it prudent to talk to you anyway, considering the subject matter at hand. Well, you know, I have some experience in the area, we'll say. But you also understand that this experience wasn't plucked out of thin air.
She kind of nods her head. Yeah, I understand what you mean. Okay.
I'm in on this now, Teach. And if I'm going to help, it might be difficult to keep certain secrets. And I'm wondering what you think I should do.
She kind of thinks about that a bit. And yes. Oh, goodness. She kind of sits down a bit and kind of contemplates herself. And she kind of takes off her glasses and then just kind of puts the rim like kind of at the edge of her mouth a bit, just kind of like sits there thinking for a second. Well, she considers that a little bit more, kind of thinking, running through. Okay, so right off the bat, where do you see potential conflict? And what would you like to do first? What's the initial thing that comes to mind?
Well, I would like to help, but you've met Mr. Illman, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
He's curious. He's going to want to know.
She kind of thinks about that. That is true. She kind of, well, she actually runs through her head a little bit. Well, I'm there. This is sort of a problem. I've dragged you in, and obviously it was good for what we did, but I still very much appreciate you trying to stick with the secret and keep everything under wraps. But, yeah.
You're right, if I just acted on my own. It's not my secret after all.
She kind of nods her head a bit there, and she's like, that's right. That's why I worked so hard to try to keep Retta's secret a secret, too. She thinks, not even remembering the fact she just blurted it out in a bar a few days ago.
Christ.
And then she kind of redirects over a bit, which is why, in that case, I should also be helping you, at least finding an alibi, if we want to keep that secret. It's not that I don't particularly trust Illman, but I'm not quite sure what he would do with such a store of knowledge. With anything. The fact that he wanted to go against the mob, he's a real go-getter, that one. She kind of, she thinks about Illman, thinks about what's happening there, and is just like, yeah. He's a very skilled mage. He probably would be able to pick up, or at least be able to understand the difficulty of summoning. You are very capable, and you learn very quickly, but you need a place that you... And wording it as place actually hits something for her. And she kind of stands up a bit and thinks a little bit. And she just thinks about what Seliph had said there. That at anything, it wasn't his secret to share, and he had no real desire to spread that out. And she thinks and then kind of turns over. Seliph, I might have a solution. Though, she kind of thinks about that one.
Seliph tilts his head.
She kind of scratches it a bit. Goodness. If you wanted, there's an answer I feel like Illman would immediately accept. Something that if you told him you visited, a place where you could have perhaps learned by maybe buying books, studying, etc. There's a place in the city. A place that I found rather recently, actually. It's like a locus for magic, I'd almost say.
Oh, Teach, you're so smart!
She kind of turns over. Would you like to see it? It's learning more along with an excuse. A place you could go and be considered a mage amongst mages. Maybe a place to even learn actually how to deal with magic.
Well, I suppose.
She kind of considers and nods her head a bit. Excellent. The only condition that they had was to not turn that peaceful little district into a matter of factional politics. But she kind of turns over. I don't feel like you'd have any interest in doing that anyways, especially after you see it. Something magical. And I know it's a secret for a secret, kind of building up, but she kind of thinks a bit. I have a feeling once you see it, you won't quite mind too much. If you're free, right? She kind of thinks, oh gosh, no, I can't take you. She kind of like rubs her head a bit, and then she kind of thinks, okay, Noctua knows where it is. I'm about to leave, which means she doesn't have to be up on the roof today. How about you go take a visit with her? She can guide you there. Just ask her about the Mirage District.
Okay. I didn't expect you to recommend Noctua, but okay.
She showed me, full of surprises. She kind of like smiles a bit at that, and then she kind of like, I'll be teaching at least a couple more days, so if you need to talk again, a bit, especially after you see it, just let me know. We'll work something out.
I will. Thank you, Peach.
She kind of nods her head. I hope you have a wonderful day and have a little fun with it. I'm telling you, it's fantastic. You're gonna love it. She kind of collects her stuff a little bit and puts her glasses back on. And then kind of prepares to head out. And then sort of like, you know, I'm gonna need you to step out before I lock up.
Yes, of course. Right.
She laughs and kind of just waves her hand and prepares heading up.
He
Okay.
scurries after you.
Okay, so in that case, yes, the camera will follow Teach. Selef, let me grab you. So, Teach, you wind up going outside, and you actually have a place to be right now.
Oh,
Here, I'm gonna you two up here. There is a conversation happening over in the corner. But yes, cameras on these two. Teach, Fade wanted to see you in the graveyard today.
Ah, right. Excellent, yeah. She can go home, get changed, and head straight down. That's pretty easy.
Yeah.
She kind of turns over to Cosmo. I've got one more place, but honestly, it's right by my house, so it'll be an excuse to kind of pick up anything I need before we head back to the tower.
Don't change what you just said. That is not the only place you need to go. You're also meeting up with someone later tonight.
I see.
So you say two more places.
Two more
There's
places,
a lot.
actually.
You've got a busy day, actually.
She kind of like, she turns up and just sees the tower and stuff like that, and like, staying so busy, but I can't take a student somewhere and show off the city to a new person, and
Yeah, I mean,
scratches her head.
I mean, you know, Burden's doing the right thing and all that.
She kind of thinks about that.
It's not every week that you quiets down moving between students. They go quiet.
Yeah.
It's not every week that you are a key witness in a wide variety of testimonies that could take down a bunch of factions that don't feel bad killing you. So yeah, I think you can suck it up probably for like a week or two, right?
She kind of thinks about that, scratches her chin. I suppose a week or two would be more than a fair trade. She kind of turns.
You're ripping my heart out here. This is the life I live every week.
She kind of stops and stares, and then kind of catches up and puts a hand on her shoulder. I am so sorry.
You move.
When are we gonna get you a 2-week break? Or
Jam's taking a 2-week break pretty soon, actually. Cosmo's break is never happening. You move together with your escort down to the graveyard, which catches us up with what we saw in the finale. I believe, Teach, you have gone home and changed to keep it visually consistent.
Exactly. And I imagine that the only thing is Cosmo's in a bush.
Yeah. The only difference is Cosmo's getting ribs now.
Yeah.
Somewhere off camera. Yeah, no, they're watching the entrance to the district, etc. Okay. So, we pick up exactly where we left off in the graveyard. Delilah and Teach, you both arrive. Fate called you to this place because he wished to speak to you. To more or less reprise the tone or the lines, what occurred was, You know what? Play out the intro to this scene again. I think it'll get you in the right headspace.
Yeah.
Even if the text is a little different, it doesn't matter. Mostly what matters is the right mood. So yeah. Fade, you're waiting in the graveyard. Delilah, you've arrived first, but you're like someone catches up behind you. You hear the tapping down the steps as you both enter the graveyard together.
Delilah just does a small nod to Teach. Good morning.
Good morning. She kind of turns over, and she so you want to come? You called us here?
Yeah. Thanks for coming. He holds up an envelope. I'm sure you know what this is, Delilah. It's my blackmail.
Yeah, I won't lie. I have been a little curious about that.
Well, I mean, it's only fair if we're gonna keep working together that you know all of my secrets that I know. Well, you know one of my dark secrets since I know one of yours. And Teach, the reason I called you here is you're looking for obituaries, right?
Kind of looks. Yes. Does that have
Well,
something to do with that?
Why don't you take a look? He hands the envelope over to her.
She takes it, pulls it out, and she gazes on the page, and she holds it in a way where it's Delilah is capable of looking not over her shoulder, but around her arm.
Yeah, you gotta hold it low.
Yeah. Yeah. And she looks at what the text contains. Carl, would you like to tell us?
Yeah, it is the obituary of Fade Philadelphus.
She checks it and looks at that, and then kind of looks up at him. And what does this mean?
I'm a bit confused, dear.
Well, I told you, a few years ago, my brother died, and his name was Fade Philadelphus. I'm the brother that lived. He died, and I took his place. I took over his legacy. I felt what he was trying to do for the city was better than anything I could have ever done as myself. So, on that day, that Fade died, I decided not to publish the obituary. Fade got to live, and that's the day that, Dust Philadelphus died.
Is this homeboy? I don't know what to say, dear. Why on? How come you couldn't do it as Dust?
What, do you think a street musician could do anything? Fade had the connections to the mob. He had the connections, the power, the charisma to change things. All I could do was sit around, play an instrument. I could talk to people, but I didn't have the reach that he did.
Delilah looks down. I hate that I know exactly what you mean.
Each kind of looks at the obituary and kind of stares at it, and then sort of passes it back. She puts it forward, and then Fade, you kind of see it, and she just kind of goes, "Thank you, though. This obituary is a little too early for what I'm looking for. You can have it back."
Well, if you ever need it, let me know. You can publish it and take me out whenever you need.
She kind of looks about it a bit, and she kind of like holds that in her hand and just sort of like considers it. This isn't the kind of blackmail that takes down an organization. This is the kind of blackmail that just takes down a person.
Oh. Fade smiles at that and takes it back and puts it back in his pocket. Well,
No,
you go ahead.
Doesn't change much for me. You chose Fade. You thinking of taking that back? After all, the connections are about to go pop. If anything, the musician sounds more useful now than the Fade Philadelphus that, well, will follow up here. Unless you're taking liking to it.
He steps back and thinks for a moment. Well, if people are changing their names. He looks at Delilah. I guess this is finally a chance I can move on and will help the city as myself. And just live his legacy instead of living his life.
Oh, you go first, Delilah.
Delilah just looks over. I think you should do whatever feels right. I will obviously keep this secret if necessary. But most importantly, I just want you to be you, whoever that is.
Well, I guess I should reveal my other secret then. Teacher Delilah, in your ears, you feel the ever slightest, almost like a pop. And Fate's voice changes ever so slightly. Well, he was my twin brother. And I never had his voice, so I used my abilities to change that.
She kind of thinks about a mage.
Having perception magic helps when you're trying to live someone else as someone else.
She kind of thinks about that a bit, and it's just like, well, if you want to live Fade Philadelphus's legacy, suppose you got your work cut out for you. Never met a Dust. And I guess I still haven't.
You'll meet him one day.
She kind of like wonders about that really quick. Don't know if I will. I mean, if you seem dead set about this.
What do you mean?
She's kind of like, well, she kind of thinks about it a bit more and just, you've chosen a name and you're living a legacy, and I can get that. I understand why you'd want to do that, why you'd want to click to this new name of yours and make it work. Did you like Dust Philadelphus?
I mean, yes, but doesn't everyone have things about themselves that they don't like? And I guess at the time when I made the decision, I didn't. And it's only taken, God, years at this point for me to realize that I did like him. I guess you could say I regret it, but I have regrets. I don't regret it, but the time for me to live as Fade is done, and I can't look back and change what I've done. So there's no point in dwelling on it, I guess.
Each kind of sighs and she thinks and she rubs her brow a little bit. And then she thinks a bit and thinks about this last couple of weeks, and thinks about the situation she's been in with this man. And she said it herself. She hasn't met a Dust Philadelphus. This is still the Fade Philadelphus that she's not quite sure on. And to that degree, she doesn't feel like her opinion of his has changed too much. She has perspective, but she doesn't think that makes him her friend. Yet at the same time, unfortunately, she does feel one thing. She feels like she can maybe teach this man something. So unfortunately, she steps to the side and moves up, sighs, and then kind of pats him on the shoulder a bit and just kind of turns him to stare, and it's just like, I can get it. Fade Philadelphus is what works right now, and it's what you're living right now, and it's whatever legacy you've got. Doesn't mean you have to hate what was once you. dust doesn't have to be a painful memory. I had a name before Martha Teach, and she kind of thinks a bit about that. I think there's tons of reasons, tons of ways people can deal with names. For some, an old name is a dead name for them. It's nothing, doesn't represent them at all, and they find their true name. For others, names can simply be temporary things, maybe nicknames, other stuff like that. We can hold many and all that stuff. It sounds like you don't hate dust, but you gotta be Fade. And I think I can get that a lot. I gotta be Martha Teach. That's what's me. But, hell, I didn't even hate any of my past stuff too much. I'm over that now. So, if you gotta keep being Fade, keep being Fade. But I can feel it a little bit. Whenever I've talked to you in the past, I don't know if... Never knew you were being Fade, being someone you weren't, but I could feel it. That kind of clash inside of you. It felt all too familiar, and I think it made me feel a little bit cruel to you, so... She, kind of looks... I hope you can like Dust Philadelphus a bit, too. He is your dear brother, after all, isn't he? If Fade lives on, it's only fair that Fade lives for his brother's sake, too, right?
Fade's eyes well up a bit.
I'm gonna use my teacher class. I did this to one other person. I have a gift called I Like Being Teach. And I'm going to spend 10 experience to teach that to Fade. And whether that's I like being Fade or I like being Dust, I'll leave that to you.
I'm gonna pick I like being Dust.
Nice.
Good call. Hey, Carl, you'll like this one.
Yeah?
You get a +1 bonus on your rolls to die for every single flaw you have. dirty laughter.
Well, maybe the next time we meet, next time we work together, Teach, you'll get to meet Dust Philadelphus. Fade might finally get to rest.
She kind of thinks about that. Yeah, maybe. Just don't go lurking around mob stuff again, or I might have to punch you. She kind of steps back a bit.
I'll hold you to that.
She kind of nods her head. I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a tower to go back to. She kind of checks around. I feel jumpy just standing around.
That's fair. I mean, you are with two, well now, ex-Riviera members. Not many people know that just yet.
Yeah, she kind of turns. You have a great day, Fade, and Delilah. She kind of starts moving off, and... Yeah?
Stay safe, Martha.
Do my best. She heads off. She does not have to go back to the tower immediately, but she doesn't really... She feels a bit awkward standing around, so she just excuses herself.
Delilah just reaches out a hand. Well, I'm very excited to meet you, Dust, when you're ready. And I should have known that you were hiding something, because... And she drops her illusion. I do too. I've been hiding my face for a very long time.
I don't know why. You've got such a lovely smile.
Oh, you shut your mouth. I don't want to know that Dust is a liar now.
I learned from a good friend of mine. Honesty's the best policy.
Well, I don't think I have the courage to show that to everyone just yet, but I'm very excited for this town to meet you. Because you've already done quite a bit for me. And you're a good kid. I know you're not a kid, but you're a kid. So, wherever you plan to go next...
Done more than you can ever know for me, too.
Well, wherever you plan to go next, I'm happy to be there for you. and I will try to reel in Doris. Oh, I think she's learned her lesson.
Oh, someone needs to keep us in line, and you can't think of a better person than her.
You know, thinking about it, she almost turned you to dust.
Oh, wouldn't that have been ironic?
Would have been a little sad. But,
Right.
okay. Well, now what, Mr. Philadelphus?
I could go for some lunch. Shall we?
Already done. She reaches into her purse.
You two sit down and have a picnic in the graveyard?
That seems aesthetic for goth mom.
Yeah, no, that seems correct. Next up, Fade, you will be heading... You've still got plans for the afternoon. You're invited to a very nice office party in a little bit, and Delilah, you have a dinner to cook. There's a lot coming up, but for the immediate, you sit down, you settle into the graveyard, and you have a meal. And I'm actually gonna call a 5-minute break now. It's been an hour. Let's do it. You guys are moving at a great pace. Good job, everyone. Phenomenal work with the scenes. Y'all are wonderful. I'm gonna use the bathroom.
If you do go with Dust, man, it's gonna be so hard. Just so you say Fade. I'm so used to saying Fade.
Yeah. It's gonna be equally hard for me.
Obviously, I'm going to respect it because obviously you should.
Welcome to the name club.
Oh
man. Yeah. Delilah didn't have too much to say because she was just like,
oh.
Yeah, I get it. Whatever you want to do, man.
I get it. We sad.
We sad.
We said.
We got names we don't want anymore, but we needed them. I get it.
I get it. You want a sandwich? Let's have a graveyard sandwich.
Let's have some grilled cheese on top of this grave.
Don't eat food on top of graves, please.
He is
what
very
if it's
sad.
Max's grave?
Oh, you can.
What if it's our friend Graves and he's carrying us?
Yeah, that was the joke I was making.
I am not a table.
God, my brain for some reason went like as they're having a nice little dinner together. Delilah was like, "Oh my God, I have to go. I forgot to water my graves," and like goes back to the house and just has a little watering can.
He's like shriveled up like the little old lady in the wheelchair in SpongeBob.
We're gonna get those horns growing back real quick. Don't you worry.
He's like a bonsai.
If you turn him towards the light, he's like a bamboo and he'll grow in a spiral.
That's how you get the ram horns.
Yeah, exactly. Mallow, how do you do it, girl? Oh boy, I'm just here playing with rocks.
It's okay. Rocks are good.
So you're playing with your family?
Yes, I'm throwing them around like toys.
Just skipping your family like stones on a lake?
Stay still!
Prima, stay still. I must toss you. Picks her up by the ankles and hammer tosses her across the lake.
Woo, woo, woo!
Back.
Welcome back.
Tilly, your form is all wrong. This will get you much better projection.
But that will hurt my spine!
Hello, Bunny.
Hello.
We make sacrifices for progress, Tilly.
Oh my god, Dior, no!
It's fine. He'll go to the farm and learn values.
Proper young man values.
Yeah.
Sending the boy to the farm for behavioral issues.
For values. Hey,
Builds character!
oh
Awful.
boy. Hey, Civ, what, at this office party, what pog is Tilly using?
Oh, she has to be Bijou.
She's gotta be Bijou,
Yeah.
okay. You're, I mean, like, I put it down and I'm like, I should ask. Excellent, okay, perfect, and grab a cat boy. Oh.
Meow.
There we go. Okay. Everybody drop plus signs in chat if you are back and prepared.
Funny Tilly. Silly Tilly.
That is, do not call her that. Do not call her that.
It's her name. It says right there.
No.
I am no longer silly. I am foolish.
I'm matured into a foolish young woman.
I thought you were
I
going to
am
say,
now
I
a
am
full-blown jester.
I am Philly Tilly. I am from Philadelphia, not to be confused with Philadelphus. Or Philadelphus.
Kind of works. Well, let's do something more like, yeah, this one works, definitely. So, Fade, eventually you finish up the meal and you've got somewhere to be. And you take your time actually walking back. Normally you're pretty prompt, but today you've got a lot on your mind, so you take a little bit of a detour, and by the time you arrive, this office party is actually sort of in full swing. Yeah. Drop you on the right map. Where the heck? There we go. There we go. Okay. You click the door open, and immediately, Fade, you're greeted by large hanging streamers? These look like leftover Veils decorations.
No.
Oh. Is it already Veils again? He pokes his head. Hello? Sorry I'm late.
Oh, no,
No, you
hello
were
there.
perfect time. Here, come have a cake before you sit down.
We got to try them. We got that from that Marigold place. It was finally open at the same time as I was heading home. It was absolutely delightful. Hello, how are you?
Hello. I'm pretty good. Oh, this is a lot. You have to do all this for. Is this how all of your office parties are?
Sal looks over to Bijou this one's kind of special, I guess. We're we got a lot of big news lately. We're gonna be running a lot of big news, some of which features you, my friend. Thank you so much again. He motions towards the cakes. Please. Also, the Arnold brothers were insistent, so yeah.
Oh, where? Is this glass? Or is this a wall that I cannot? Okay.
Yeah,
It's
He looks around and he sees the ball of glitter and fluff. Ah, there they are.
They're over there talking about something.
Fade shovels a cake into his mouth before.
So,
Yes.
anything you'd like to add? I mean, I know that our Bijou has been working with you this whole time, and frankly, he's done a remarkable job of reporting. Love that kid. But anything else to add? I'm just saying, we're printing out three extra papers this week.
We're not working right now. This is an office party. Come on.
He's a primary source.
I'm
Grab,
aware.
grab.
I'll give you an insider exclusive later. Don't worry.
That's a promise. That's a verbal contract.
Go sit down.
Thank you very much. Also, if you could also help me clean up some of these cakes, otherwise,
He
it'll be
already
me.
has another one in his mouth.
Beautiful. Thank you. It'll be either me or the big guy cleaning it up.
Oh, well then you'll have no problem cleaning it up.
Yeah, that's fair. He grabs another one and starts to head over to the room.
Ooh, I double-clicked myself by accident.
Bijou, I don't
So
even know
how's
what
your
that
day been
means.
going? What?
Oh, it's been a wild ride. How's yours been?
Oh. Well, I woke up and thought about this all day, and now I'm here.
So busy.
Yes, very busy.
How's your family, by the way?
Oh, they're busy too, running here and there, and boxes everywhere,
even though Father should not be lifting boxes in his condition. So, yes, but it's very busy. The house is so lively.
Oh, probably the most alive it's been in years.
Well, it better be, because it's gonna be quiet again soon, so you may go in ahead.
Well, make sure you go and visit them whenever you can. Family's important after all.
Me going to a farm.
Or make sure you see them when they come back.
Yeah, no, that is the plan. They're gonna be back, like, they're gonna be back every now and then, so I'm not worried about that. I really don't want to have to go to a farm and get covered in mud. Oh boy.
Oh, you could do it at least once. It's good to experience new things.
No, of course I agree with that. I will have to go there and inspect the location and make sure it is up to standard for my lovely family. But you won't catch me chasing any chickens. No.
I expect the other way around.
Oh, you are not making a good case for this farm.
Oh, I'm just teasing you. It's fine. Let's go join the others. Come on.
So you come in and you hear Galav and Guileford pretty loudly talking. Loudly from one of them. So that's what I mean. Like, admittedly, like, you guys gotta expand. Like, we've gotta expand emotions around in the room. We're gonna be... Listen. Everything is coming up for the grapevine right now. If you don't act now, other papers are gonna, like, swoop in and take all of your news from you. He's gesticulating with a fork.
Galav, I think you might be projecting because you're still afraid of that other male girl.
Remember a little bit.
But you are kind of right.
Yes!
It's expanding the paper is one thing. Another is counting our chickens. As Guileford says chickens, Bijou, you just get the clear flashback of being chased by a chicken in your head.
She puffs up her cheeks.
Before they are hatched. What we really need to be doing right now is focusing primarily on... He turns over. I need to get you a chair. He walks outside, picks one up, and then brings one over and puts it behind you.
Aww.
As I was saying, currently we need to focus on exactly what's happening right now. You'll miss the beauty of the present if you're focused solely on the future. Galav, like, rolls his shoulders. Yeah, I guess that's true. Right now is pretty good. Hey, this cake rules, by the way. He motions with the fork and then points the fork at Fade. You try this yet?
Oh, I've already had 2.
Nice. He chomps. Hey, Fade.
Yeah.
You sent Galav to deliver a bunch of sweets to Tilly on the night of.
I did.
Tell me, how did that go?
How did that go, Tilly?
Oh, goodness.
Oh, boy.
To go home and see a giant pile of sweets.
Oh.
Well, it depends. Where did Galav bring them?
Oh,
did he just leave them on the front porch?
No.
He left them in Tyr's house!
Yeah, he... So, Carl, would you have given him directions to go to the Iris estate or to Tilly's like apartment here? What is the most in character?
I think he would have probably told him to go. Let's see. He knew we were going to do something relating to her family,
Yes.
so she would probably have gone back to he would have sent them to the Iris estate.
Okay, so here is what happens. Oh boy. Okay, yeah. Let me grab some characters really quick. Oh boy. Oh, this is really fun. Hold on. We need a shot-by-shot recreation of what occurred. Oh god. sec. Grab this
This
one.
is a fucking mess.
This is a mess. Oh boy. These ones.
Oh, I'm scared.
Oh god.
Listen, I know exactly how this went, because very helpfully, we did a mini RP that touched on the exact moments, like,
Oh my God.
surrounding this. So I get to fill in the final gaps. I'm still grabbing pogs. This is hysterical. This one? Okay, okay. So, here's what happened in order. God. You, Tilly, you left the greenhouse and you came running as fast as you could back to the Iris estate with Dario Lucent in tow. What happened when you arrived here was you saw Galav at probably, like, it's late at night, like it's around midnight at this point, like bordering on 12:30, armfuls of sweets, whatever Fade told him to buy, Galav got, and he's loudly exchanging words with Prismane, who has had a day because there have been cowboys parked on the lawn all day. And he's like, oh, you another one? Okay, sure. They loudly get into a discussion, and Tilly, you do explain and clarify the situation, and over time it becomes clear that Jean Mirage Iris actually isn't back in the mansion yet. Like, this is the situation as it is. Dario takes off. He goes back out into the city to look, basically, and before too long. Oh man, yeah, you chill out with Galav during that time. Honestly, pretty worried. Let me change the music. Before too long, this happens. Let's get like this song. These ones come back. Dario carrying Dior, Tyr shouldering an unconscious Jean Mirage. And you may play this part of the scene out, absolutely.
Oh, they're all together. Okay. Hello.
It's fine. He's just sleeping, actually.
Oh.
Out like a light. Absolutely nothing wrong with him. This guy says something about your dad might have been smote with God's thunder or something. Tyr lets out a loud, your father's fine. He sort of braces him up on his shoulder. He'll be okay after some rest. He's tough. I'll give him credit for that. He kind of smiles at you.
She has a very sad smile.
Caleb, please come and
Yeah.
help these people.
Yeah, of course. Can I take? He's just like gesturing with his hands. Prismane shoves past Galav in an instant. Please leave him to me. Prismane winds up taking Dior and sweeps him around, cloak billowing. I will bring him up to his room. If you can bring father to his, please. He quickly runs off with Dior. Galav, like, looking over. Man, he looks over at where he left the sweets, quickly rushes over, shifts it over to a corner, and then motions. Okay, everybody, let's go.
Okay, come on, Papa. Oh.
And it's not too long, actually, that, you managed to get Pop Iris up to his room and settled, and, like, given enough time, he, I believe this one is his, yes. Let me grab another dusk block, make it nighttime, resize fit.
Tyr just like, where do I put this man?
Yeah! Tyr, oh boy, so yeah, here's what happens on this map. You managed to get Jean Mirage Iris up to his room, and he settles down in the bed completely unconscious, and like you're watching over him, the servants are watching over him, and like Prismane's going back and forth between the rooms, Tyr actually at one point like bows, excuses himself, works his way outside, and then actually comes back. And he like tip-taps up the stairs and he moves in, peeking his head around the corner, big shaggy moth. I was told that I would be more useful in this situation than Dario Lucent. So here I am to, help. Tyr looks really awkward.
Okay, yes, I suppose Dario probably needs a nap. Are you okay? Oh,
And she just like goes between these two people and starts like patting on them like
I'm completely fine. Like, it looks like you guys got up to some crazy stuff. You doing okay? Galav also focuses on Tilly and the moth. Yeah, Tyr then takes a step forward. Oh, what? Your dress is absolutely ruined.
Yes, I know.
Are you doing okay physically beyond that? You're, looks over at Jean Mirage. You're one of the few irises left standing at this point. So I feel like, he moves into the room, saying something probably a little harsh or awkward, and he moves
yeah, no,
around.
when he says that, she like her brain doesn't fully register what he means for half a second and goes, what?
So we have to make sure that you're doing okay. Any physical injuries? Anything I can assist with? I have basic first aid training, but nothing... He looks around and then realizes where he's at.
I think, it is almost superficial. I think, I need to, Caleb, do you have the cupcakes? I need to eat something.
Yeah, of course! Galav sprints over, runs downstairs, and tap, 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 tap. He goes to collect the various cupcakes, etc. Tyr just, like, moves into the room, looks over at Jean Mirage, looks over at you.
She is sitting on this carpet. She's just sitting like sploot on the ground. Like, I will sit here and I will eat my food because I am useless if I am hungry and anxious.
He sits down and folds his legs on the floor next to a seat and then just looks over at you. Good work back there. I'm not entirely sure what happened, but it seems like everything went okay. I caught up briefly with Dario Lucent, and it sounds like you did tremendous work. You standing up to that creature must have taken no small amount of bravery.
I feel kind of stupid because it wasn't so much as me facing my fears and me thinking, well, it can't get worse.
Tyr's expression kind of like twitches to the side, a half smile. Well, in that case, I think you managed to succeed where I failed. He looks at you square in the face. I couldn't face that thing at the time. Maybe I had too much to lose, or maybe I was afraid of losing it, but no. In my moment of bravery, I panicked, failed, lost everything. He looks down. So for selfish reasons, he looks over to Jean Mirage. The fact that he's still with us, and then his gaze slowly shifts across the room and fixates on you. And the fact that you're still with us. I take no small amount of satisfaction in that and the part that I played. So, thank you for succeeding where I failed.
I didn't even get a picture.
He taps the side of his head. Well, cameras can be so faulty, he says.
It's true, they can, especially this one. Especially all of them. I think it's just me.
Do you have a picture in here? He taps the side of his head.
Yes. Yes.
Then you've done more to counteract this creature than most have in its long, long stay within this city. Tap, 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 tap. Screech! He rounds the corner and moves in. Brought the cupcakes. Your house is big. I got kind of lost. He puts it down on the carpet next to you and then plops down in a chair right here.
Okay. Well, I am going to eat, and I will not be able to eat all of it, because if I try, that will make everything worse, so I need help, please. But save some for everyone else, also. Oh, I am not going to be able to sleep. Okay. Alright. I will deal with that when it comes.
Well, whatever's happening, I promised that I'd stay the night, at least watch over him. If you're going to be staying up, I'll be watching vigil, so we can share stories or something.
Okay. Okay, this is the most people that have been in here in a long time.
A specter shifts in the corner of your vision. Prismane sweeps
She
into
does
the room.
feel like a moment of ice water in her veins, like, and then she realizes.
He looks. Dior is sleeping soundly. He appears to be fine. The nurses have checked on him. They will be coming to check on Father next.
Okay.
Oh, the food was for you. He smiles.
Yes. Here, come over and have some. You are certainly helping.
Something clicks in Prismane's head, and he feels deeply validated by the fact that he can help over here. He, in an oddly uncharacteristic moment, takes off his jacket, folds it, and then just sits down on the rug next to you. There's no grace to it at all. He just sits next to you and starts eating the cupcakes. So, I was hoping for a full run-through of the situation. I only got bits from him, and I think I was fed a, forgive the word, a load of bullshit by the cowboys that were on my lawn earlier. So, I want to know what is happening. He looks around, and Tyr kind of looks to Tilly. Well, I guess I did promise a story.
Well, if you're going to be the one telling it, then I won't have to feel bad about telling things I'm not supposed to.
Tyr sort of exhales. I'm going to count on you for a lot of the details, then. I think I could use a reporter's embellishment for parts of this. I've been told I'm an atrocious storyteller.
Yes, I am. That will be for later. But yes, paying attention to the details in the stories, that is what I am good at, so go ahead.
Oh my god, yeah, he says these words, and Prismane, catching none of that, is like, okay. And you go on for the rest of the night. It's a weird one. Julius Tyr moving back and forth, and like, God, despite the current situation, as the nurses come in, Tyr takes extra care to explain exactly what has happened to Jean Mirage's body, what to be worried about, what not to be worried about. He points it out, and eventually, actually, the night just passes on, and you don't stop telling those stories till the early morning. And let me hop you back over to... Boop. Not that one. Grapevine. Like,
She absolutely does regret eating however much of the sweets that she ate. Like, it was one of those things where she only needed to eat, like, one muffin and it would have been fine, but she did not have self-restraint.
I gotta say, it was kind of a wild night. I didn't exactly expect to spend the entire night listening to a man dramatically explain bit by bit every single sword stroke and part of every single fight and scrape you guys got into. Tyr was very methodical. Yeah, it was extremely thorough. Glad I spent the night. Looks over to Fade. Glad you gave me the heads up.
Well, thanks for taking care of her, I guess. And, at least you had fun, I hope.
That was you!
Just wanted to make sure you had a good night. Or, well...
Oh, don't you aim me!
Gala punches you on the shoulder. Yeah, like, apparently before you're rushing off to do the big thing, I was the guy he called, and he said immediately, listen, we gotta do something nice for Tilly. He says Tilly in this instance. After a night of Tilly, he knows, he's like, okay, yes, I can do this now. He looks over. Yeah, we gotta do something nice for Tilly, and I said, yeah, I completely agree. Then I got yelled at by, my brother for, like an hour and a half.
Fade looks to Alfred. Why did you yell at him? He was doing what I asked him to.
No, not this brother. This brother, I don't think he's physically capable of yelling. He says motioning over to Alfred. Yeah, no.
Because I can't.
Not in a million years. This feels like a dare. If you'll get a yell one day if you earn one, but so far you've been nothing but spectacular employees.
Oh, you know that's not true. She gives him a gentle shove.
Yes, also, I'm not the type of person who would yell at a fellow coworker. He gets a kind of a dreamy smile on his face.
Too darn nice. That's why you got me.
And me. It's literally my job to potentially yell at people. Sal says, partially into his coffee. I mean, like, yeah, it was weird. That guy's got a hell of a stink eye on him. Like, he seems so calm and serene afterwards, but it's like, Galeb tries to do it with his face. He tucks one eyebrow low and then just expands the other eye as wide as it'll go. Yeah, I can't do it, man. How does he do that?
Weird thing. He can do this weird thing where he like dilates his pupils or something. He can do it on command. It really freaks people out.
Galeb shakes. Oh my god. And then sort of like turns, looks at Fade. So what'd you do that night?
Oh, what did we do? We went back to I went to the graveyard and talked to a duck.
Nice.
Alcott was her name. No.
Oh, okay, like a person. Okay, yeah. I thought I was talking to a bird, yeah.
Well, I mean, I saw some ducks in a pond on the way home that I said hello to, but...
Oh. Did they say hello back?
Maybe. I don't understand duck.
Notepad slowly descends back onto the table.
But I can get you an interview with them, maybe. Wait, do you speak duck?
I don't think duck speaking duck will be our next headline.
Okay.
But it's appreciated.
We do have a lot of good news coming up. He's sort of
ready
like...
for the next thing.
He taps his note cards on the table. Yeah. No, like office parties just to sort of... He gestures around all this stuff. It's sort of to celebrate the grapevine as it is right now, you know? Don't know what's coming next, but hell, we're a family right now. Don't know if...
I think we've done a pretty good job of it so far.
Yes, exactly. We deserve a party.
You're the best newspaper in the city.
Yeah, I like you. Sal kind of smiles, Galab nods. Yeah, no, absolutely.
I still can't say I know why I'm here. I don't work here.
Your friends are here.
Yeah, you're my +1, don't make it weird.
Oh, I'm honored.
Galab like jokingly punches you on the shoulder again. No, man. I mean, I'm glad you didn't ask me for my +1 because I would be like obligated to drag Kazuya along, and I don't want to bring that energy to this place.
Ooh.
Oh no!
See, you get it. Emotion suffered to Bijou.
He doesn't strike me as the office party type. Or maybe he would be too into it.
No, he'd tell you that he's the everything kind of party type.
Yeah, you're right.
Bijou feels this like pure just serotonin, relishing in Sal being able to just like subtly dunk on Kazuya while he's not around, and the fact that he's not worried about it.
This is the only place in the city I can do this. Listen, I get it, this is my oasis too.
And nobody here will stop you.
He lifts his headphones. Did you get that, Kazuya?
You bastard cat! You're going to the moon! You guys like it. You guys sit down. Yeah, right. Bijou. So, heard about what happened to your camera. Well, your last camera, of the many cameras.
Yeah.
What do you want in a new
I'm
one?
telling you, we should look into insurance.
Listen, they would not believe us. They'd believe it was a scam with how much she runs through them.
It's not my fault. It's my magic's fault. I don't know. Are they able to be made lighter? Because I find every time I drop them, I break them, I almost drop them on my toes, and that's the worst thing in the world.
I didn't even think about that. You people and
What
your
if we got
toes.
you, like, inflatable boots? Sorry, I'm a little drunk.
That doesn't solve the problem, because then you're just spending money on inflatable boots and you're walking around as a reporter with squeaky clown shoes.
And then they might pop.
But can you imagine how cute it would be if you had squeaky. I'm sorry, Cupcake.
It would actually be kind of adorable. Like,
You get it!
Guileford is lost in his thoughts for a second.
She was too, but then she realized, no, I wouldn't be able to sneak up on people. You heard me coming.
Sal's like, okay, so you want a lighter camera. Yeah, can do. Like, so long as we get the equipment that treats you the best, that's the biggest thing. Plus, like, it could sort of like be a gift for like a big office party gift, because I didn't get anyone else any gifts, to be honest.
Damn right!
Yeah.
That works. Whoa! Whoa! One minute.
Huh?
Oh, there she goes.
Door clang, clang, clang. Clang, 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 clang.
Clang! Your silverware! Oh, I should have brought this out before we started eating.
Oh, thank you very much. Guileford moves over and gets this, gets a pretty wide smile on his face. Is it? You went through the process of cleaning every single one.
Well, I didn't. My folks did, but they did a splendid job, I think.
They really did. I've never seen them sparkle quite like this. He takes it back and sort of smiles. Glad this little bit of the family legacy is still shining. You cut that out! Galaf goes forward. What? Look at this place! Literally shining right now! Family legacy! He like gestures. 2 and 2, put it together, man! Guileford like looks around at the room and sort of looks back down at the fine silverware. Yes, of course. The most impressive part of the legacy is most certainly the grapevine, but at the same time, I'm very happy to get this back. Yeah. He shifts it, puts it back together, and Galab sits back down. Tilly, seriously, thanks for doing that.
Of course.
Sal, like, kind of looks at the silverware. You guys planning on hosting some nobility or something? That's some pretty fancy silverware. I mean, you never know. Galab, like, mumbles off. Guileford shakes his head. No, hosting nobility not in our near or probably distant futures.
You've already hosted nobility. What do you mean?
She put her hands on her hips.
Little cupcake over there.
They both look to Tilly and then let out like they both actually laugh.
Yeah, totally.
Galab like a big belly laugh, Guileford a high laugh, and Guileford is the first one to do it. He gets into a very butler-esque bow. Of course. Galab goes,
Don't
yeah,
you start that! Don't you start that! No, I don't need
how can I
that!
ever forget?
Fate puts his hand on his chin and looks over at Tilly. And I was just about to say they're the shining legacy of the Yarnell family, but I guess not.
She is just beaming this whole time. Like she just feels pure joy, and like this room, nothing could possibly destroy this.
It's a funny thing, like, I am going to only speak to my own characters in this instance. Mask, you speak to DNA, of course, but, as demonstrated earlier with Sal, this almost oasis-like feeling. Sal has a lot of responsibilities in the city at large, Bijou, you realize? But here, his only responsibilities are to the job he's given, as stressful as it might be. And then you notice the character of these two in this place versus their house. It's a funny thing. In their house, they shift back and forth between being proud and embarrassed, almost. Like, there's definitely a lot of forethought, careful consideration, etc. Here? Fate just indicated that you were very correctly nobility, and you know what they did? They both just laughed, because to them, you're Tilly, you're Bijou, you're their friend, you're their family. Here, that doesn't actually matter. You realize how separate this space has to be for them. And then Mask.
For Dione, this is her home. This is her family. This is her life.
Fan-fucking-tastic. And the vibe spreads and settles throughout the room. And you all enjoy a very close, isolated, and energetic office party. Fucking love them.
The happy place.
The happy place! I was very happy to end the finale coming back here. It felt very complete. Like, yeah. that felt really, really nice. Oh boy. Amy.
Yep.
So, I've got
onto this.
I have a slight amendment to a scene that you were asking for from earlier.
Oh, indeed?
Yes. So, your assumption was that Betel Illman would be in the graveyard. He is not. Or not the graveyard, the greenhouse.
Okay.
He is not. He is in a room, though. Do you still want to talk just outside that room?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. That is I had to clear that. If I didn't know if the greenhouse was particularly relevant itself. So. Oh boy.
Boy.
What's happened over the last few days is Teach. You've spoken to Daringway about getting Betel Illman sort of a job, right?
Of course, yeah.
So you've spoken to getting him on as a guest lecturer currently, but he's been managing classes that he honestly shouldn't be, specifically to keep him at the school out of trouble, and he has not left the university in like the past week or two. Like, he hasn't left at all. And Seliph, let me tell you, that's made life difficult. Like, this man floats around. He has a presence, and I don't know if you've been intentionally avoiding him or not, but you have a
Oh, he has.
Understandable. But today's the day. Today's the day.
The fucking day, boys.
Fucking go.
You come to the entrance of... Wait, no, that isn't the right one. Hold on. He's elsewhere in the... It's elsewhere. I think you might be in hallway 2. Ignore the fire and the Tilly. It's fine. The Tilly Inferno corridor that I passively have here. Listen, sometimes... That's the end of it. I have no other justification. Okay.
Today's the day I burned Tilly alive.
It was a few days back. Listen, she got through it fine. Tilly doesn't roll bad. So, here. You find your way to the entrance of a classroom of one Battle Illman.
Is he in a class right now?
No, he is not.
Okay, good. Okay. Seliph turns to Aza and Aza,
Yes.
I want to ask something of you. I would like to talk to him alone, if that's okay. Not for long, like just in the beginning.
She gets a look on her face, and like her expression shifts for a second, and you wonder if she's going to call you out, like why would you do something like that, and then it returns back to normal.
Before she can say anything, her expression can change or anything. He's just like, I know that's a lot to ask, and I know you have a lot to say, but...
She shakes her head. I'm more curious what you're planning.
It's no plan, really. It's just... Well, embarrassing, I guess.
She sort of like tips her head back and forth, almost like she's testing the air, and then she nods. What I have to say to him can be said today, tomorrow, the next day. It won't change. My feelings won't change. But if he speaks to you first, his might. Go ahead. She smiles.
Okay. I'll come and get you after, okay?
She nods and then slowly moves over this way. And just starts like, she sits down on the bench and then just starts messing with the plant. Do you go inside?
Yeah, he places a hand on the door, takes a deep breath, and goes in.
You head into the room.
Oh, I'm gonna take a deep breath. Okay.
Yeah, and
Good
you
luck.
actually see a few people. Like, well, you see 2 people. First of all, let me get a tune. This one works.
I got my
No,
M&M for this scene.
this one works. You come inside, and sort of on the far side of the room, before you make your presence known, there's actually somebody you don't really expect or know particularly well on the far side. Bettel is, like, shifting back and forth. So, you're serious about this? She nods. Yes, of course. It's part of what's going on with me. If I testify against the Testudo family, I'll apparently have safe harbor here in the university, so guess I'm going back to class. Honestly, it seems like somewhat of a waste. With your talents, you should be teaching the class on alchemy, not taking it. She shakes her head. I'm unofficially taught. That would set a horrific precedent. But Teach did have the suggestion that I could pick up, maybe like maybe I could teach engineering or something like that. Bettel shakes his head, takes a step forward. Well, regardless, welcome to the university, Illyria Morales. Good luck finding a homeroom, etc. I am not holding one myself. She shakes her head. I hear songs opening one. I'm hoping to find my way that way. Yeah. She seems a little stressed out. You seem a little tired. I'm going to be doing whatever I can to restore the people's faith in alchemy within this city. I think you have your work cut out for you. Who better to make people believe in the wondrous potential of alchemy again than the daughter of Morales Testudo? Lyria kind of looks down, hangs her head, exhales. Yeah, we got a lot of work ahead of us. We certainly do. I hope to see you around. It genuinely is good to see an ex-student of mine attending this university. Maybe I could teach one of your classes. She sort of perks up. I'd like that. She starts to move up and around the room, and she sees Seliph and just nods to him and sort of shifts past.
He shuffles aside for her.
Moves to the entrance and goes outside. The woman kind of sighs and looks around at the room. I wish my bigger rugs could have fit in this room.
What's
You, Grandpa.
He moves back around and sits down, looks down at his papers, and then sort of gets to work on them himself. He hasn't noticed you yet.
Great. Stella very quietly moves down the stairs. Working up the courage. Yeah. Okay. He steps forward onto the rug and clears his throat.
Yes, he looks up and across and then sees you. And time almost pauses for a second. It's that, like, unbearable screeching feeling of sitting at a desk. It's that feeling of going and talking to a teacher after class, bothering them. It sort of sits there, hangs in the air for a second. Then he cuts through it. Oh, hello. I was hoping to see you. How can I help you? You came to me.
Hello? Well, this is gonna sound weird. Do you remember me at all?
He nods. Of course. We met on our way into the city. I entrusted you with an artifact we found due to giving you, I think, perhaps the single worst introduction to this fine city that I possibly could have. And afterwards, I believe you assisted in severing the contract that I had with my previous familiar.
Yeah, that's me. Anything else?
He sort of sighs. Actually, believe it or not, seems silly now. I'd written a letter to you. He slides his will across the table.
Oh no. Why would you do that? Oh god. Okay. Okay.
And he puts he slides it and he holds it with two fingers down on the table, leaving it there. But to tell you the truth, I don't think I need this. After all, I'm alive. Against all odds, I'm alive. I'm here. I can just talk to you now. So, he sits back in his chair. I believe we have much to discuss.
Yeah. Me too.
Well, I
Should
suppose
he
I'll
read that
start.
part?
Oh,
Oh.
you go.
No, go ahead. I was just wondering if he should read that now. I think he will, unless Bettel has something to say.
Selef, your eyes fixate on the well, and he sort of looks back down at it.
Gonna make me fucking read it? Okay. Okay. Yeah.
He picks it up and goes, well, to tell you the truth, I don't 100% remember with utter clarity the state that I wrote this in. Certain parts of my mind and memory have been ripped away from me. So, this contains a snapshot of where I was at the time. I was desperate, and you were the one that I thought of reaching out to first. He holds out the will to you.
Selef gives him a weird look. A weird... I want to reveal an element of this, but it would only be if he noticed it. So maybe he should roll for it. I don't know.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Let me give a good old roll to die. I need to unwound you. Probably no, you're fine. Roll to die. Yeah, he notices. What does he notice?
Okay, well, he notices that this young lad is doing his best to keep it together, but he's fucking panicking.
Yeah. He sees the fact that you're sort of like shifting back and forth, reaching for the will, and then shaking, and he goes, what's all the nervousness for? Honestly, were I in my former position, I would probably delight in seeing someone squirm in front of me, but currently, I'm a humble teacher at this university. Causing duress to a student currently is not one of my objectives. What's happening?
Well, I guess I feel like I don't have any right to stand before you right now.
He thinks about that. Those words kind of hit him broadside. Explain to me what you mean by that.
Well, I did something pretty big, you know? And I don't regret it, but... Well, if you knew, I can't imagine you forgiving me.
He chuckles. Time to roll something for him. Oh, that's fun, actually. Okay. So Red's is highest in this instance. He hears that. Do you have something to do with my missing memories?
I don't know. The cause of them, I don't know. Things you forgot? Probably.
He nods at that. I assume you're speaking of your role in separating me from my former familiar.
He nods.
His expression sort of falls straight. He taps the will a few times. He picks it up and he pockets it, actually. And here, in this document, the me of right then assumed that he was going to die. If you're going for revenge, you have to be prepared to lose everything. He leans in on his elbows, and yet I find myself here, still of sound body, still very much alive.
Solif looks horrified, by the way.
Yeah. And I have to admit, at the end of this, I can only call whatever my plan was a rousing success. I've gotten everything that I wanted, and that's it. He sort of like looks over to the side, but I have to admit something's missing. Something changed between the me that wrote this and the me of right now. Because the me that wrote this will, what he said was, you had taken care of the only regret that he would have left on this world. Allow me to explain something to you. This is something that no amount of damage can remove from me. This is something that no creature can claw from my mind. When I summoned my familiar, I swore an oath. I promised that the people that forced me into that corner and made me pull and create a spirit of death would pay. I find myself in a position in which I am seeing that happen in real time. My heart should soar with delight, but at the same time it feels like there's something missing. Because I no longer have that spirit of death. So, he leans in. I believe you did deny me something. Right now, you denied me the satisfaction of coming to terms with that on my own. More or less, I have to deal with the hand that I was dealt. He sits back in the chair. When I was ready to die, I had simply accepted that it was my fate to never see her again. And he says her, and like, his mind starts to pick up actually saying that. I thought I should thank you for that. That you took what was my life's, an emblem of my life's greatest burden, and you took that away from me. You bore that weight for me. He looks at you. Currently.
He looks at him?
Yeah.
Solif is crying.
He sees that you're crying, and sort of an impulse tells him to stand up and comfort you. He doesn't. He just sits there and sort of like actually dabs at his forehead. He's sweating a little bit actually, and he looks across at you, notices that you're crying. Well, who are you crying for right now?
Oh, how do I answer that? I don't know.
He exhales, almost a look of relief on his face, and he gets a significantly more gentle expression. Well, to tell you the truth, I don't know either. He stands up, If you had been the type to say you were crying for my sake, I would have told you to cut it out. I'm a man who's accomplished his revenge and moved beyond it. He sort of stretches out a little bit. If you were crying for your own, I'd say you don't have the right. You stole something from me. He takes another step forward. But if you're crying about how complicated this situation is, trust me, I've done my fair share of that too over the last few days. You notice a significantly more tired, gentle look on Petal Illman's face. Thank you for coming to see me first.
He looks up at him and just... Oh, the little tears. He just says, I'm sorry. I didn't realistically have any right to step in, but she had to go. I couldn't let you have her.
He gets a, those words strike a chord across his brain. He starts to feel a lot of that emotion welling up. Some of those feelings that drove him to write that will. And, he moves forward, sort of to the center of the room, hands tucked behind his back. He thinks, well, so you're sorry, but you wouldn't do any different.
Yes, sir.
He turns around, and he sort of nods at that. And we're very much the same. That's upsetting. He starts taking another step in this direction. I don't know what shape my soul is trying to take currently, but it's telling me not to regret what carried me to this point. I'm covered in wounds, but at the same time, I feel light, liberated. He turns and looks at you. That is without a doubt. In no small part thanks to you. So, if you're going to say I'm sorry, and then say you wouldn't have done any different, I will say thank you. And I wouldn't have done any different as well. He's sort of smiling, takes another step, and then almost pain starts to lance through him. And Seliph, you remember the shape that Aza took. You remember how much she was genuinely suffering. You remember that there was one man that actually put an effort to put her out of her misery. He thought it'd be a mercy. Bettel sighs, a thought resonating through the back of his head, and almost like a specter from the mists, your sensitivity picks up another shape. A ghost hanging around in the back of Petal Illman's mind. He, uncontent to leave it there, stops, turns, takes a step forward. Someone told me that even if I lost her, the ones that know her still retain her story. She herself likely retains that story as well. If you wish to apologize, tell me... He gets a dozen looks across his face. One is, tell me her story. Another is, tell me what I did. Another is, tell me what I'm missing. But in this moment, of course you get purple when it matters most. In this moment, Petal Illman's a buried instinct, partially clawed away, conjures itself to the surface. He looks at you, not as a teacher, not as a superior mage, but as a concerned partner. Tell me how she's been.
Sulliv wipes his eyes. Would you like to ask her?
Is the ghost behind him fades away into nothing as Battle Ilman's entire mind lights up. He straightens his tie, and he nods. I'd like that very much.
And Sulliv moves up the stairs and to the door.
Step by step, you go back outside. And Seliph, you watch a quiet, tense reunion between two partners. I have to think about how that goes. That was beautiful. I'm leaving it exactly where that is. Amy, thank you so much.
Good job, Amy.
You're welcome.
Holy shit.
I've been dreading that for months.
Yeah. God. That was...
I knew the primary emotion going in was not going to be anger. It was going to be guilt.
Oh. Yeah. That was great. Hey, everyone. 5-minute break. Take 5. I'm... thank you for joining us, Amy.
Yeah, Amy.
Feel free to go do whatever. Everyone else, I'm gonna get a drink, use the bathroom, etc.
Peace.
Get a drink.
Bye.
I did it to myself, Civ.
You
what
did
I-
it to yourself.
I know.
Nice work, Yam.
Thank
You
you.
did it.
Have a good night, everyone.
Have a good night.
Toodles.
Bye.
Just so chat knows we're not leaving.
Just the yam.
Just
No,
the
you're
Yam.
stuck with us.
Yam.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Here, I'll be right back.
So how's everybody doing?
I'm a
Good.
little disappointed that the chocolate I was excited about isn't actually that good. And I think I might have come to the conclusion. I think I might have come to the conclusion that pistachio flavored things are never going to be good as just regular old pistachios.
Mm-hmm.
I've been on the
Sure,
hunt
you have
for
to learn
pistachio flavored foods for months now. First it was pudding, then it was ice cream, and now these chocolates, which I've been eyeing for a while, but never had the stones to buy, and I finally did. And they're just alright, and I'm quite disappointed.
Aw.
Such is life. But you've grown stronger for the journey.
Am I going to make another cup of coffee?
Can your
you?
bladder handle it?
Yeah.
But should you?
Mask, that's not the question I
Yeah.
asked.
Of course, my mistake.
That's
I
that,
see.
that was not part of the equation. What are you doing adding math to this?
J-Man
You
drank a
can't-
cup of coffee today.
How's that
Ooh,
going?
how'd that go?
It was fine. I don't know. I didn't get any energy from it though.
Coffee and tea don't give
that
me energy.
happens.
Caffeine don't do shit.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna make another cup. I'll be
Have
back.
fun.
Oh,
No, I
Right, like-
refuse.
Well then, suffer.
you can't make Nico have fun, J-Man. We've all tried. It's impossible. We all pay for our hubris.
My music broke. I'm restarting.
Radio?
Very well.
Yes, here we go. Hey, chat, how's it going?
I sent you the spiciest DM.
Oh, that's pretty
Oh my
exciting.
God.
I sent you one as well. Or I posted in secret chat my plans for the next scene.
Ah,
Welcome
boy.
back.
I see what your plans are.
Yeah. I think it's time.
Oh,
we
this
can
is
do
a
that.
good plan.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Welcome back. So,
Thank you.
Welcome.
I'm shuffling the order of the scenes a little bit for my co-GMs. We are going to be doing a scene immediately featuring the Sond, and then we are going to be doing Delilah's dinner party. So yes, that's the plan for the immediate. Let's see.
Nice.
I'm going
Music?
to BRB now that some people have rotated.
Okay. I hope everybody's having a good time.
I'm having a lovely.
Yes.
I had no idea what
Great
Amy
time.
was gonna hit me with.
Yeah, that was great.
Right? Oh, good
You
owl.
love to see
A
it.
bus. A bus is always the answer.
Good
My
owl.
cold, bitter, heartfelt emotion for but a moment.
Mere fleeting moment.
My God, it happened.
My God.
Slave of Death says, finally caught up. Hell yes, hell yes, hell yes.
You did it.
Just in time, exactly in time.
Well done.
No!
No.
God, no!
No!
Dear Lord!
No.
Just envisioning like a rotund mouse in a kitchen.
I'm imagining bad movie acting where like that's the sound effects of zombies devouring a person while the protagonist yells on.
Treason!
Treason!
What it reminds me of is, whenever it's just me and Piff hanging out really late at night, one of us will, like, get really, like, fake aggressive, while another one of us just goes, "No, please! No!" Oh.
One day we'll come back in the morning and there'll only be one of you left.
Oh, yeah. It means me and Pip is finally osmosis into one another.
Yes.
Yeah, it means you fused.
Yeah.
Finally.
Took long enough.
Finally, when people confuse the two of us, they'll just be right, no matter what.
Right? About time.
Okay, let me make sure that I know what map we're going to next. Yes, I just gotta find it.
Is that GIF or P-Man?
Yeah, I've
Very
had. Is it?
E-Man. No.
Nani?
See, neither of those are great options because one is a brand and the other is
Is the
that.
He-Man.
Well, fun fact, Piff one day informed me that he used to be called the J-Man before he was Piff, so we
Really?
could just
Wow.
revert back.
You
So,
trade
question.
names.
Will Common Writer be available on the website? Yes, absolutely. It
Yeah.
super belongs here. Will the owl return for season 3? You'll have to find out.
You'll have to find
have to
out
watch
unless you
season
saw
3.
that one teaser image that Jay posted.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. It may or
Don't
may
worry
not be
about it.
canon.
Oh yeah, no, I super just posted. Yeah, no, that's a good point.
You did.
Come back for the
You did.
beach episode, and find out who's playing.
Yay. Wait.
I'm so excited for the new party of Higgins and a dog.
No,
Higgins' corpse. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
His corpse,
I
yeah.
need to clarify
Higgins'
that.
corpse and a dog.
I mean,
Higgins' corpse and a
that's a
dog.
funny word for a chew toy.
Yes.
Corpses have bones in them. Dogs like bones.
Especially when they got little bits of meat they can eat off of them.
Piff, what do you think our name would be if we Dragon Ball Z style fused? I don't know.
Man.
No!
The
P-Man.
Wait, I got it. Pam.
Nah, there you go.
Yeah.
Oh shit, is that the Pam?
You found it.
Falcori, welcome back. Will we see the Betelgeuse conversation on the in a mini RP or main channel? I have no fucking clue.
No one knows.
I've got no idea right now, but whatever it is, I'll let you know because I gotta think.
TBD.
Yeah, TBD, it's fine.
That's a hefty one.
Walks outside
together.
immediately. walks outside, immediately throws a Pokeball at her and captures her and walks away.
He's been saving his Master Ball
Bye.
just for this.
This was mine.
Everybody drop pluses in chat when you're ready.
Ciao. I'll do it
No.
again.
You should do
The
it.
PG.
It's the P whatever.
Defiant today.
The P whatever. No. Okay, still waiting on Civ and Christian.
He's pooping again.
P-Man and the Poop Man.
No.
Put my plus in chat. Didn't you see it?
Oh, I see it. It's up above the song
Yeah.
line.
Yeah.
Oh.
I was laying in bed.
I see. Continue to relax. You're
I
good
will.
for the next two.
Odd place to poop, Christian.
You're
I'm going everywhere, Carl.
you're
Sorry about your bed, Jay.
after it's fine. After fucking after the Delilah scene, you are up.
I see.
Yes.
Man, I can't wait to make everybody mad.
I can't wait to be mad.
What?
Okay.
Okay, I believe we're ready.
Nice.
Okay. Sonder.
Oh God, Sonder.
Sonder, it's time to go home.
Oh
It's time to go home, Sonder.
no!
Yes, Sonder. You go home. You go home before heading on over to the Tide.
Oh, does that mean?
Yeah.
Does that mean I get to hang
I
out
see.
with my bitchy girlfriend?
Yeah, it means you. Yeah.
Yay! I miss her.
You walk over to your apartment. You're gonna go see the Tide next. But yes, you come home first. You got stuff to drop off.
Wait for the map to load in. There we go. Oh God, I'm using the wrong trackpad. All right, there we go. Now I can live my life.
You live your life and slowly open the door, and somebody's already in here waiting for you. Of course.
She's once again pretty similar to your last encounter. She's once again torn up the ever-loving fuck out of your couch while waiting.
I feel like he has to get new pillows and a new couch regularly because she just unravels every part of it. How big is the pile of whatever she's made? How much damage has she done?
Bigger than last time.
Alright. He looks at her, looks at the damage done to his belongings. Been waiting long?
She kind of like, her eyes were staring at the part of the cushion as she's been tearing up, then her eyes drift back up to you. Oh, yes. You sure do know how to take your time. You've barely even been around this place recently.
Been busy. I had a job.
Oh, I know. I was here when you got it. Unless you got some kind of different job at some point. Can't turn her in places because the damn thing is in the way.
Too many things.
There we go. Thank you.
There we go. A slow blink like cat. A lot has been happening.
Like a little
Other
bit.
things came up.
A bunch of smoke kind of begins pillowing beneath her as she starts like drifting around the room again. As she's like kind of just like sideways glancing at you while almost laying down on a smoke cloud. Oh, and what kind of things would that be? I hope they're good reasons.
Sander watches her create smoke in his home. Good enough.
She flips around. I've been trying very, very hard while you were gone to get some people to come by the shop. Nobody's done it yet. I'm guessing the city has gotten a new strain of cowards.
Same shop no one can find?
Yes, but the thing is, people have recently found an excellent way of getting into the Mirage District by following a small dog in there. Quite frankly, it makes it like quite a privacy concern.
Nico does math. Is she referring to Noctua as a small
Yes.
dog?
Yes. By the way, Noctua is way bigger than her.
I'm just making sure Nico is following the storyline. Oh yeah?
No? Yes. In my time just sitting there by myself, waiting for someone to come by, even though I invited people, I've decided to take a dip down below, see what was going on down there. You know, they've
Find
been
anything
talking...
fun?
No. But I did hear something interesting.
Oh yeah?
Yes, she drifts over to this couch over here. You know, they've been... You know...
Sander sits.
Those little people down below have been talking about you recently.
Sander considers this. Oh yeah?
Yes. They have. Quite a lot, actually. Apparently you pinched a nerve recently.
Can't imagine what I did.
Sonder. No, it's fine. Go on, please.
Carry on.
I don't know. Maybe it's what you didn't do or something. She kind of just starts, like, almost spinning in a circle in this chair. You know, they've given you a nickname now.
He blinks at her and waits.
Yes. Seems they've gone...
He leans back in this chair. He ceases to sit in it like a person. He's now more on this armrest than he is in the chair.
Yes. She like kind of leans forward and actually like grabs one of the flowers here. Seems as if they've taken you to calling you the Absence. Mayhaps it has something to do with the fact that, oh, I don't know, you haven't been around recently. She plucks the flower. As I've seen, you've been awfully absent from this apartment.
I think your timing's just bad.
What do you expect me to do? Have all the time in the world? I don't have that. Believe it or not, I'm a very busy person.
Oh. And what have you been up to?
In my boredom, I've been doing some nasty things in my shop. Recently summoned a Legion or two, destroyed one of them, wanted to feed one to the other, see what would happen. The other one that I'd ate exploded.
Sander leans back. Very busy work.
Yes. Quite frankly, I'm certain that my experiments would take leaps and bounds in the occultist fields. After all, who else would feed a legion to another legion? It's quite morbid.
Sander considers saying something rude.
Roll the dice, Sander. Do it. Do it. Do it.
Okay.
Are you gonna say something rude to her, Sander?
You might. Hold on, I have to get it back. It like came to me and immediately was like,
Rude cortex deactivated.
Yeah, no. Hold on. What did she just say? Her experiments. You're surely not someone with better things to do.
You say that and she just kind of moles around in the chair. It's weird, Sander. You actually know this about, Thumrel, who you've known actually for a long time in the city at this point. She does not like nice people even a little bit. So when you say that, she just kind of shrugs a little bit and keeps on, like, floating around the corner, but she honestly seems fine with the fact that you've said that. And
It's being a bitch.
Yeah. And what about you? So many new jobs at once, I'm sure you're positively swimming in cash. What are you gonna do with all that?
Sonder looks around.
Let me guess. Is it nothing?
Sonder's eyes drift back to her. Probably nothing.
Yeah, that's about right. Keeps on spinning in place. Starts floating off in this direction. She kind of goes up here. And Sonder, remember last time she was in your apartment?
With his books some more?
Yeah, last time she was in your apartment, she she grabbed one of your books and put a bunch of leaves in it. She takes the same book, opens it, and just dumps a bunch of leaves on the floor and starts spinning around again, and then floats back to the couch.
Won't just her do this, unless of course you have something that needs financing.
She thinks. Honestly, not really. Be perfectly frank, the only thing I'd need money for is to chase the new people out of town. Do you know how many occultists are entering the city right now? An upsetting number, it's more than one.
One cultist is too many occultists. Sonder actually tilts his head a bit, and he's like, really?
No, yes. Apparently, some kind of big hubbub happened inside of some place in Seaside. And apparently the noise was so loud that it just so happened to spread the word that the city's haunted to the greater world at large. And now a bunch of annoying people are coming to the city looking to make money off of it. You know, that's not great for me. More people like that's bad for business.
No? You'd think occultists would have a vested interest in the sort of things you do.
Yes, but do you know what happens to people who come into my shop uninvited? You should
Sonder considers the first time they met.
Yeah, Sonder, she tried to kill you the first time you met. Like,
She
actually
sure
did.
She sure did. Oh. Well, yeah, we wouldn't want to increase your body count, would we?
That's fine. I don't care about that too much. After all, it's their fault if they do it.
Don't you want people to visit your shop?
Well, only the people I think would be funny. After all, people seeing the dismembered eyeballs or the swamp sludge in there and vomiting on the floor is always an entertaining time. Even more entertaining when I make them clean it up.
Sonder gives her like a fair enough, like, alright, that's fine.
Yes. She kind of sits there and floats around some more. Well, what are you planning on doing next?
Well, it looks like I might be hunting down a dog.
Oh, which one?
He glances up at her and considers unveiling all of that. You know what? Yeah, why not? This is her. We had a bit of a, huh?
Are you going to just sit here and literally tell her everything you've been up to lately?
You know what? Yeah, he'll gossip with his bitchy girlfriend.
You lay out everything for her. Hey.
He seems to want a story time. She'll get a story time.
Yeah, how do you react to story time?
Oh, she is like, it's the equivalent of like, it seems like a person who is absolutely not listening because she'll just float around the room and like keep on fucking with shit, but she's listening. You can just literally sit there and not even look at her and she'll take in everything that you say. But just expect your apartment to be in immense disarray by the end.
Yeah, no, she's touching everything. She's turning things over. She's putting leaves and stuff. It's not a complete telling because he mostly only tells her the things that are like that he was directly involved in, and largely leaves out anything that is like that was business or that was like mostly other people, like their investment. So it's a it's a very, considering how often he fucked off to do his own shit, it's not a complete retelling, but she gets like the general series of events that happened.
I see. So it's that dog. I
Mm-hmm.
thought for a second it might have been the small dog or the person that summons small dogs. She keeps on spinning in a corner. Oh, that person's back in town now, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Like in town?
Yes, they recently moved back into the Mirage District. They were gone for like a month or two, but they decided to make their way back. I don't like her very much.
Sander leans back. Sander he's like half lounging in this chair now and is like, to be fair, you don't like most people.
Yes, that is fair.
Really, it's a wonder you keep coming around here.
You're one of the few people in the city who doesn't seem to. She kind of floats around and keeps on spinning a little bit. Make mistakes around me.
I'm glad I could provide that service for you.
She keeps on, like, floating a little bit. Well, she kind of, floats back into the middle of the room. It seems. She looks at her, like, wrist, where, like, a weird, like, amount of moss and vine is growing. It seems like it is actually now my time to go. I have some obligations back in the Mirage District. Apparently...
Unfortunate.
Yes, apparently the gatekeeper's rather upset with me for burning another place again. I need to go sort that out or else I might lose my house. Don't want me sleeping in your bed again. Keeps on spinning in place.
Saunders slow blinks at her and gives her like a nod, like, all right, you go about your business. And as she's doing her thing, she's like, I might not be quite as fun, but maybe I'll stop by the shop later.
That's good. You can maybe say hi to the third Legion I summoned. That one screams a lot.
Oh.
Yes. She, sits there for a little bit, and then, without even saying goodbye, once again, you kind of see, like almost like reality bend in on herself a little bit, as things kind of begin to pull near her, and then eventually, as things kind of begin to tighten and tighten around her, everything just releases at once, causing a mess everywhere. These cashews go fucking everywhere.
They're gone. Looks around. And resigns himself to cleaning once again.
Oh boy. Yeah, Sonder, you were planning on hitting up the tide soon. That's not gonna be what you're doing next.
He's gonna clean his fucking waiting room.
You've gotta clean your fucking waiting room.
Because his fucking horrible smoke girlfriend showed up.
You spend the rest of your evening doing exactly that. Well, not the rest of it, sorry. You are eventually gonna find your way over to the tide. It's just it's gonna take a bit.
He's been sidetracked.
He's been successfully sidetracked. Oh boy. Yeah, so yeah, it's just sort of how it goes, unfortunately. But elsewhere. Actually, in the building next door, a few people are gathered in an apartment. And I mean a few in that there is currently 2 of them. Let me find this. Bleh, gotta dig through hell. Oh, there's so many maps. Where are you? There's Fade's apartment. We could go check that place out. No. There it is.
Oh, you don't look at the clothes obelisk?
No. I pat it fondly as I pass. No. So, you two are currently hanging out in the apartment, waiting for Dario Lucid to come over.
And Delilah, actually, you notice that she's been getting a lot of ingredients set up on the table, because there's 2 pheasants actually. She plans on cooking a big pheasant dinner with Dario because he says he makes a mean pheasant and she wants to put it to the test. So they're each going to cook one.
Oh my goodness. Graves hasn't been with you for very long, but he's surprisingly quickly figured out where you keep everything and is helping in the background just get things ready. Not everything you need, but quite a lot of the things you're going to wind up using, he's getting ready before you realize you needed it.
Yeah, and it was probably amusing. The first time that Graves showed up, Delilah was frantically running around the apartment changing light bulbs because she just never does. And she was dreadfully embarrassed. But she looks over. Graves, thank you so much. I don't need that stupid little stool anymore.
You will need it again at some point.
Yeah.
I don't intend to depend upon your charity forever.
Well, you can stick around as long as you like, dear. Don't feel rushed to do anything. You've been through a lot. Oh, actually, that reminds me very quickly. She scurries into her room and she grabs something and comes back out, and it's a pretty large gift bag and hands it to Graves with a big smile.
Oh, takes it awkwardly. I don't understand. Looks inside.
Well, I was thinking, I was out and about when I was getting all these groceries, and it's kind of a weird thing, but I thought about, with the horns not being there anymore, there might be something that you've never really had before. And when you open the gift, it is a big-ass sweater.
Oh!
That'll keep you nice and toasty.
Patterned any specific way, or just...
I think Delilah went for... Do you remember the tie that you got Bettel?
Yes.
She got
Bettel
one
is
that
still
has
wearing it, by the way, in his new cog, because I have that power. She got you one that is like a similar color and very, very simple, just like alternating back and forth for the colors, just stripes. And she looks up. I got the biggest one I could find, and luckily it should stretch just in case. But I thought, keep you nice and toasty in case it's a little cold. He blinks, and you're not quite sure if he's like upset that you brought the horns up because he's so still. But he sort of he doesn't move for a few seconds, and then he's like, "Excuse me." Walks into the bathroom to put on a sweater. He's not wearing the sweater.
Oh my goodness, you look amazing, dear.
It is very nice.
And it's not too tight, is it?
It sort of stretches. It's good that you got the big one. It's good that it stretches. No. This is a good fit.
Okay, well, if you like that, there are plenty more that we can get you in other fun colors, and there's also some fun designs, like one has like a little cat on it, and just fun things like that.
He seems to be considering this very seriously. I will give it some thought. He looks at the kitchen that you've got all your stuff prepared now, just about. And he nods, looking satisfied. It is time for me to retrieve my new weapon, I believe.
Oh,
Song
alright.
mentioned it should be completed by this time.
Oh, that's going to be very exciting. You make sure to bring that back. I really want to see that.
He smiles a little bit. Indeed.
Oh.
A little awkwardly. I hope you have a good dinner with your family.
She smiles. I will. And don't you worry, you're more than welcome to pop on in. I'll save you some if you like pheasant. If not, I can. She like scoots over and grabs her purse and grabs a couple of vol. And
Oh, he holds a hand up. That will not be necessary. But he's smiling. Take this time. This is for you.
Oh, all right. But even still, if you want to get some lunch or something.
Never fear. There's always work for someone with strength. And he kind of pulls out a wallet and kind of shakes it, indicating he's started to earn money again.
Oh my goodness, you've been a busy little bee. Look at you.
Leisure does not suit me.
Well, do try to take some breaks sometimes. You shouldn't overwork yourself.
He nods. He's in the sense of, I know, but still appreciating it.
All right.
But he gets his things together and he's gonna head to the door, and he pauses and just nods, and this one is just pleasant, wishing you well, and he heads out for the evening.
She gives a little wave. Toodles.
That gets a smile.
You exit out into the city, and you take your time, Graves, amidst the buildings, wandering over to pick up your new mace. And Delilah, it takes about 5 minutes, and there's a heavy and less how do I put this? Graves has a very gentle aura despite his size. His motions are like precise, but he knows the right amount of force to use, probably because of how big he is. So like whenever he knocks, it is exactly a correct knock, a loud thunk. This is the impact of a person who is using way the fuck too much force with way the fuck smaller hand. Just rat.
Oh my god. Okay. She scurries on over, adjusts her dress a little bit, and then opens it.
Hey! Dario's got a big smile on his face as the door is pulled open.
Hi there. Oh, my goodness. I just need to make sure it's still on its hinges.
He looks back. Ooh. Yeah, like, didn't mean to do that on purpose. The doors here are made of a little bit of different material than my apartment building. It's just looking back and down the hallway. It's funny. Dario, you remember, is from, Dario's got a house in Uptown, and in terms of, like, buildings, it is an excess warehouse converted into like housing, more or less, with his little shop on the top. So he comes in. That's oh wow. He like looks around a little bit. Do you have something already cooking?
Not just yet, but I've been getting everything put together. You had mentioned before that you have a dynamite pheasant recipe, so I thought it might be fun if we dared to compare.
Ooh, he smiles at that, and he's gonna think for a second. Dario Lucent Vision. He's oh, please drop your swing, sir. Thank you. We're gonna see. Okay. Oh boy. Yeah. No. He manages to keep his cool head on straight. He comes inside and briefly considers saying the line, "Oh, damn, your apartment must always smell nice, then." And he just suppresses that impulse and just goes, "Yeah, I actually got a killer pheasant recipe. Can't say I cooked it recently though. You willing to tolerate somebody who's extremely out of practice?"
Well, of course. If that's the case, I'll go easy on you. But I have just about everything you might need. Just so that we're not doing the same exact thing. I plan on doing kind of an interesting braise on this. I'm doing apples with a bit of cider and caramelized onions. And then on the side, I'm going to do rice with green beans and cheesy scalloped potatoes.
Dario hears all of that, and he's like, at a certain point, like, he hears the pheasant, and like, his first expression and the first feeling you get from this dude is the second you go, I'm gonna take it easy on you, you see like a little bit of fire behind Dario, or he's like, take it easy, huh? Okay. And like, he's still smiling, but you feel that competitive flame light up, and then you go on with like, pheasant with this, that, and the other thing, and that flame sort of dies down a little bit, where he's like, okay, yeah, taking it easy then. It's like, good thing, actually. It's like, yeah, I got a few ideas for sides. I did bring my own ingredients. I thought it'd only be fair. Oh. He takes a step in and then stops, foot paused above the kitchen tile. Is that rude? Like, I figure you must have like one of the best stocked pantries like in the city.
Oh, no, not at all. No. I mean, honestly, I'm quite excited to see what you thought was the most important for this. Also, yeah. I must say, because like I didn't even warn you that we'd be cooking together, and I'm really flattered that you prepared for that. That's really nice.
He taps the bag over to the side. Listen, a lot of special people are gonna be at this dinner. I was gonna offer, but you immediately turned it into a competition, so how can I refuse? He puts up his hands.
Oh, I didn't mean to, make you put up your dukes. And she puts up hers and like gives him a little bat in the shoulder.
He gets hit in the side, and he definitely it's not a full-on feigned hit, but he recoils his upper body in the other direction, letting the bag swing for a second, takes a step in using that momentum, slams it down on the counter, and goes, okay, who gets the kitchen first?
Oh, well, you know what? I had a head start because I've already made bits and pieces for my recipe, so why don't you get started?
Okay, yeah, I think the extra time will actually do me good. He goes about preparing a pheasant, and here's a fun little bit of RP, in that normally I feel pretty confident about RPing out characters when they need to be smart or charismatic. I do not know how to prepare a bird, so Dario does it, and he will be ambiently doing it as I continue speaking.
Listen, I had to Google recipes earlier. Yeah. Don't worry, we're on the same page. It's fine.
Listen, you're deeper into the RP than I am. I am just accepting that Dario is more skilled at this than I am. He gets to work in the kitchen. And sort of moves back and forth for a second, actually looking around at the surroundings. How long have you had this place?
Oh boy, I guess I've been here for, she thinks, about 23 years or so.
Wow.
Yeah. I moved in here with Doris, and it was just she and I.
He gets a kind smile on his face as he hears yeah, it was just Doris, she and I, and he gets to chop, and he occasionally tipping his head backwards to look at you. So which room, sirs? Is that one? This one? Motions with his head in those directions.
Her room is, and you'll understand why. And she throws the door open and reveals a blinding light of pink.
He lets out a laugh seeing that. I knew it. Okay, there are, to me, at least in my experience, there's a few different types of parents. I'm not going to simplify everything, but there is the type that keeps the room set up so if the kid comes back, they can obviously use it. Then there are those that convert it into storage and all that other fun stuff. He mumbles and continues chopping. I was just curious.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't really need the extra space, and, she pops on by and spends the night occasionally and all that.
She still visits.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, rather frequently. It's very nice.
She's a damn good kid.
She's real good. I'm honestly, I've been spoiled by her.
He lets out a low laugh, chopping, moving, continuing to cook. I've seen her around. Like, she tends to sprint past, and like, a few times she's gotten into like little scraps around the office, and actually, oh man, one just earlier this month, she chased the guy into the pizza place right across the way. They wound up coming out as friends. That seems to be the common story.
Oh my god, that sounds like her all right. Well, I hope he's all right.
Yeah, it seems fine. I mean, how do I put this? I think it takes one type of person. He taps himself. He taps himself and then notices that he is now stained his coat. He's like, oh, I should have brought my apron.
Give me that. Oh, do you? Oh, if you'll excuse me for just a moment. She scurries inside real quick. And she grabs something and comes back out, and she has a handkerchief in her hand.
Yeah.
And she puts out one hand and be like, give me a jacket. I'll start cleaning that up for you.
He takes it off and hands it over.
Thank you very much. And you take this. And she sits back down in the chair and begins wiping it away and doing the best that she can with it. And you have now a gift bag.
Oh boy. He reaches down and he quickly unwraps it.
Yeah. So
hey, Will, I'm gonna scroll back in our DMs. I want to roll for something here. I'm just gonna pull up this list. This is very important to me.
What are you referring to?
No, you go on. Keep going.
Okay. So the first thing that you pull out is actually this really nice wooden case, and then cracking it open is just like multiple exquisite, clearly expensive grilling utensils, spatulas, tongs, those little things you use to put in the sides of corn on the cob so you can actually eat it without getting messy, all that jazz. There is an envelope that just says happy grilling, and inside is 50 vol. There is a nice bottle of brandy, and then there are 2 folded up pieces of cloth. Unfurling them, they are both aprons. One that says live, laugh, grill, and the other one says barbecue.
That was exactly it. You know, you've got this nice long list of different things that this apron could say. I'm just gonna, I was gonna be like, oh, let's roll for what it says on the apron. But, you know, I like the ones you picked, but I want to read them out. They're very important.
If you want, you can have a third one.
Yes, let's say a third one. Do me a favor, roll a D1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. D10. Give me a D10 right now. We're gonna determine what it says.
7.
7, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh no, this is the one that he likes the most.
Oh no.
He pulls it up and he looks at it. He looks at the first 2 and lets out a very like it's one of those, it's a cringe ass chuckle. And then he lets out a genuinely painful guffaw as he looks at this one. This one says, I'm the flippin' best, and it has a spatula under it.
Delilah has the biggest smile right now, and she keeps on wiping, and she's like, I just couldn't decide which one to get you, so I got you 3. And clearly that was a good idea because you're Messy Marvin. And she continues wiping.
He takes on the flippin' best and he puts that on. Dario's not a proud man. He'll immediately use his gift, and he takes a look at the grilling set and takes any implements he can use immediately and actually does so. He's just like, no, I'm on this. And then he looks at the brandy, and we can actually split this once the food's done.
Oh, well, if you'd like to, sure, dear.
Of course, it's a drink. It's better with company.
I couldn't agree more. It's the same thing with food. So just, when we were talking at the tap house, you'd mentioned that you really like grilling, and I thought, it's probably been a while since you treated yourself, so I wanted to just cover all that for you, so that money's to get you all the burgers and dogs. Is that what you call it? Is it just you know.
He's
Whatever you
just
want.
smiling and nodding. He's not even gonna confirm. He's just like, no, I like the fact that you're explaining this. Like, there is no small amount of playful delight in that. He's like nodding along, and he goes, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna actually take this money and immediately gonna reinvest it. I got plans. I got plans later in the month. There's gonna be some, like, big beach day. He motions with his hand. I was planning on renting a grill, throwing it on one of the gondolas, and taking it out to the island. He kind of, like, he tweaks his nose for a second. You know, like, normally, you're not supposed to, like, bring heavy equipment out there like that, but, I know everybody working on the docks, so they're gonna smuggle us out a grill.
You being a criminal there, Dario?
It's not a criminal, just a pain in the ass. He smiles.
Fair enough. Well, besides, based on what you did to my door, I'm sure you're strong enough to lug it over there, no problem.
He chuckles at that, and then looks back to the door like, ah, crap. He waves his hand. Nah, as I was saying, it takes a very specific type of person to, like, make enemies really easily. He motions to himself again, and this time hits the apron. He does not get greasy or dirty at all. He smiles and points at you, snapping his fingers. He goes, it takes a certain type of person to make enemies really easily, but it takes another type to not only make enemies, but also make friends out of them afterwards. And that seems to be your daughter's thing. Like, I'm always hearing about her doing something. She doesn't just float by. Like, I don't know. It's really impressive, I guess.
No, she does not sit still. I mean, you don't exactly sit still either. I mean, you've got that business you're running. You're helping the Iris family time and time again. I think you might be the only man in all of Indigo who knows how to drive a car. So, I mean, you know.
He smiles. It's one skill. It's one skill I like. If you want me to teach you, it's not hard.
What, driving? My God,
Yeah.
I would not. No, I'm a mage. I can't do that.
Oh, yeah, crap, I forgot. He reaches up and, like, touches his face, and this time he does smear grease on his face. Ah!
Oh my goodness. Do I need to get you a mask? She gets on her tippy toes and just wipes his cheek.
Thank you very much.
Anytime, Dario, you're fine now.
Listen, if you want someone like maybe Doris could drive. Listen, I got one skill I'm really proud of, and I want to show it off. He says bluntly, and then he stops. Other than grilling, of course.
Well, why don't you take me for a drive sometime? Show off how fancy those vehicles are.
He smiles. Of course, I'd have to ask, she's about to say Jean Mirage, and then he stops, actually. Sort of thinks about it for a second. I have to ask Prismaine, actually. Yeah, you know what? This isn't just a pipe dream. He'd probably let me do it.
Oh, Prismaine's a good young man. I'm sure he would.
He's, Dario kind of chuckles at the phrase, good young man. That good young man broke my jaw 2 times.
He's better now. She kind of like thinks for a moment.
Yeah, if he gave me an uppercut now, he'd knock my head clean off.
I don't know if we should really be proud of that. And
nah, I genuinely am proud of the kid. He's almost my age.
Oh, wait. Oh my God.
He's like, I don't know, Dario motions to himself. He's like 10 years younger than me, 36? He's just like processing it in his head. Or is it... Oh no, I can't remember my boss's age. Dario gets like a really worried look on his face.
Well, do you at least remember his birthday? Maybe you can just wait until then, and I'm sure you'll learn it.
Yeah. No, now that's being smart. He smiles and points at you again. Proud of him, though. He's really stepping up in the world. Said, when I told him I was coming over here, actually, sorry, excuse me, he says sorry in that moment. Like, just a very, like, casual, it's not an apology, but it's still the word. I want to know how Delilah reacts to that.
I don't think she even noticed. She is having such a nice, just genuinely good time. It didn't even process to her.
Fuck yeah, it's part of him asking you to, like, move aside a little bit. He continues on.
Oh.
He said, when I told him that I was coming over here, he said he dropped by and gave you some wine or something, and he said, pass along my regards. Bring over the finest bottle of Cascaran wine we got. And I said, no, it's fine already. I'm already bringing over stuff. And, like, emotions. Sorry if I just ripped you out off of a bottle of wine. And he realizes it this time. As Delilah doesn't, Dario processes that he's saying sorry and nothing's happening. And you know what? He doesn't let on. He just gets his smile, grins a little bit wider, and he goes back to chopping.
Yeah, no, Delilah just sits there and thinks, boy, he has taken quite the turn, because I remember he was a bit of a ruffian for a while there. So I'm glad to see that. Did you have a part in that?
He shakes his head. Wish I could say that, honestly. Either the ruffian part or the reformed part.
Oh, I didn't even think... I meant the reformed part. I mean, well, honestly, based on how you used to be.
he nods. Yeah, guilty as charged. I got a lot better during my, He thinks for a second. Got a lot better during my, stay in prison, actually. Weird. Feels like I never thanked you enough for taking care of Leticia back then.
Oh. Delilah thinks. And, like, she has to think a little harder just because there's still, like, bits and pieces coming back. And it's actually one of the reasons she wanted to do Pheasant, just to think back of Diana.
Yeah.
She thinks, I think you did more than enough. And honestly, even just this now, I think you've done plenty for me.
Smiles.
Just can you make a promise to me?
Yeah, what's that?
Don't you dare be a stranger again.
The chopping stops for a moment, and he almost stops and, like, has to think about that. Now that, he points at you with a knife, like, gesticulating with it. That is a hell of a thing to ask a person. And then he goes back to chopping again.
It is, but I have faith in you.
Kinda, his shoulders hang for a second. You know what? Deal. He like looks over his shoulder. I think a huge part of me being a stranger, not coming by, not digging in was, I didn't really want to think about it, I guess. Like, I knew there was a problem, and he just sort of motions back to the pheasant. My body said, no, run away, don't deal with it. So, he looks back over to you. Being around the Deltano family, especially, through the last few years, it hasn't been as easy as being around the Iris family, because the Iris family is something I could hide myself in, you know? He looks down. When I realized that, I felt like such a fucking bastard. He chops particularly hard. I don't want to do anything because my fear is controlling me, you know? If I'm around here, it's because of something. He looks over to you. There's somebody nice over on this side.
Oh.
And he motions with his head to the door. And if I'm hanging around with them, if I'm still gonna be their chauffeur, it's because, it's people I love over there too. No excuses. I gotta own up to it. Looks down and keeps shopping, now deathly serious.
That is so good to hear. I must admit, I've been worried about you the last couple days, and I wanted to give you space because, you know, a lot's been going on. And I now know that you're a little wild with a knife, and she just kind of gestures. But yes, please know, you are always welcome here. And if you need anything, you just give me a call, all right?
Yeah, thanks. And then, He sort of stands up and takes a step back. It's pretty much ready, but do you got a window in this place?
Delilah thinks. Do I have a window?
You have a window in your apartment. I don't think you do. Why would you?
Delilah realizes the fire hazard. Embarrassingly, no.
You're like, he sort of stands up and then moves over this way. And actually, like, no. I'm like, would Dario do this? I'm like, does he put a hand on Delilah's shoulder and point her in the right direction? And I'm like, he'd do that, thinking about it. His hands are greasy. He will not do that. The thought is there. He sort of like walks over in this direction, sort of turns around the room, and then points. Back this way.
Oh.
I'm starting to realize I actually live right over there. Like, right over there. He points back at the door. Look. I'm closer to here. I'm closer to you than I've ever been to all the shit that I've been running around the city to. So, be a stranger like hell. You won't be able to get rid of me. He goes back to chopping.
She just smiles. Good.
And I'm gonna have him roll for quality. We're gonna see. So, here's what's gonna happen. Dario cannot cook better than you. He can't do it. It's not possible. We are still going to roll for it, though, to see. Basically, like, if Delilah rolls low and Dario rolls high, that means Dario's really making progress to close the gap. If Delilah rolls high and Dario rolls low, we'll figure something out there. But if he beats you, that does not mean he wins. He is not equipped for this battle.
I am honestly fine that if... it's actually really close.
So you guys choose something to lock in, and then you're going to do rolls to do, of course.
Well... yeah, I mean, blue.
Blue versus blue, the exact same total. So yeah, throughout this conversation, you feel like you've been keeping pace with each other. You guys are honestly really in sync, so...
I envision there are multiple times where Delilah's like, can I just... and he just immediately hands it to her, and it's back and
exactly.
forth.
And now, give me that roll to do. There's the Dario Lucid rolls, baby!
Yo, what?
No!
I'm gonna say that Delilah loses because, one, it's hysterical how bad they both did.
So, okay, here's what's gonna happen. You guys are gonna get so caught up talking about shit and like moving around the room and just like doing shit, and you're enjoying each other's company so much that you don't really finish the meal by the time your guests arrive. You're like,
oh my god.
It's not gonna be bad by the time it's done, but it's not done. Like, so like, Dario is moving around, and like, Dario is technically making the better pheasant dish. Not in terms of like, quality, really, but the fact that he got started on his first, so it's gonna be the first that people taste. It's simple, it's efficient, it's practical. Dario continues to move around, just like he finally slides it in the oven. Okay. I think I got a little too caught up reminiscing. Or it's not even he thinks. Huh. You know what? I think this is one of the first times I've had a conversation that wasn't 100% focused on the past lately, you know? Like, this feels very contemporary, very forward, future focused. I don't know, it's different.
Because you're caught up in today. That's why. And I won't lie, this has been real fun, Dario. I just...
He hears that again and lets out another fucking chuckle.
You know, the only reason you're going to beat me is you're such good conversation.
Hey, you said you were going to take it easy on me. I had to use my best feature to my advantage, other than grilling and driving.
All that charm, huh?
He smiles.
Oh, you.
Listen. I spent all of today thinking about the future. I just walked by and I asked where to buy a new suit. I'm thinking a turtleneck. He like touches his throat.
Oh my goodness, that sounds lovely.
We could get the hair dye just out of here. Like, I don't know. I'm thinking about the future. I really am. And I mean not just in a practical sense, like me sneaking a grill onto the party island.
I don't mean to bring up the past, but you did bring it up. Why did you dye your hair? I mean, it does look nice, but I won't lie. She like reaches up to her own face and kind of like scruffs it a couple times. I do miss the scruff.
Yeah, I miss it too. Dario is, hey Delilah, Dario is lying to you. But in this moment, he's like, yeah, I can regrow it. I didn't like it, but I can regrow it. You read him like a book. He's like, yeah, that's fine.
Delilah thinks about that and is just like, I don't know if I'm going to let that slide or not.
I miss the scruff as well. I thought it added to my look. He's lying. He's 100% lying. Dario does not have the self-confidence to believe he pulled that off, is the best way to put this.
Yeah, you don't lie to Delilah Daffodil. What on earth? Did you not like that?
I thought it was, I thought it made a statement, and I'm more like a background guy, you know?
Oh, well, I think you should be front and center now. Are you kidding me? After everything you've just done? Come on.
Nice front and center goatee. It grows fast. I got a warning. It grows.
Well, that's all right.
You
can get that cool scruff sooner.
He thinks about it. Yeah, like internally, yeah, definitely gonna regrow that goatee. And he motions up to the hair. I guess I just wanted to despite being like wanting to blend a little bit more into the background, I still wanted to make some kind of statement, and the bright red hair said, well, I'm a phoenix, so you can't keep me down. He looks back to the pheasant cooking in the oven. But, I don't think I need the hair to show that off anymore.
Oh, you sure don't, dear. I mean, did you see that? You were doing all sorts of kicks and jumps and flips and whatnot.
Don't remind me. My back is killing me.
You were outstanding out there. Are you kidding me? It was like, I haven't been to the movies recently, but I bet it was like one of them.
I almost threw my back out once the adrenaline died down. I almost collapsed. Like on my way back after that night at the tap house. Man, I was winded. I almost passed out for 10 minutes on that bridge. Please don't look up to me for that. He's chuckling and smiling. Once again, you can tell this is fake. This is affected. He's liking this a lot.
I don't know if you noticed. I don't have a choice but to look up to you.
And it's around that point but there's a knock at the door. This one is big and heavy, but very deliberate. Dunk, dunk.
My God, it just runs through the family. He runs on over. Hello, dear.
Hello, Mama. Immediately hugs.
Oh, there you are, my sweet little peach.
And Dario takes a step forward. Said it was going to be family dinner. Doris, you bring my guest? Someone.
I certainly did, Uncle Dario. Steps aside to make room for the much less large figure in the doorway.
Oh my goodness, Tilly, you are stunning!
Isn't she just? I have never seen your house before. It is so... Oh, I don't know what the word is.
Austere.
Austere. I don't know what that means, but it sounds right.
I don't either, rightly, but I do believe it describes Mama's house to a T.
I brought something.
Oh?
I brought a cake.
Oh my goodness, thank you. You didn't have to do that, but oh.
No, it's okay. It's not one of the strange fancy cakes that you would see at my dinner table. It's a carrot cake, because who doesn't like carrot cake?
Oh.
That's just what I said.
You know, I haven't had carrot cake in such a long time. Oh, Dario, come over here.
Dario moves over, and you notice actually the first thing that he does is actually like almost he attempts to throw an arm around Doris's shoulder and then like guide her away so he can whisper something in her ear. just as a little bit of a heads up, austere means like strict and severe, like it can be used to describe prison rooms. I don't think it's the word you're looking for. This place is homey.
Of course he'd know that word.
Yeah.
Dario in prison, hard cut. This place is austere.
This
huh?
place is positively austere. Big smile on his face.
Fiddle faddle.
You watch that mouth of yours.
Oh, you. Well, I did bring some flowers, so at the very least.
Oh, thank you, dear. Let's see here. I don't really have a vase. So is it vase? I got a picture. I'll use that.
Oh, no worries, Mom. It comes with its own little standing pot thing.
Oh, well, that's lovely.
I was going to say you should find a window to put them next to, but I am struggling to find a window.
Oh, yes. We actually just had this conversation, and I realized I have no windows.
Oh.
Embarrassing after 23 years.
You know what? It's perfectly fine. You let your own lights in.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
so lovely. Oh, that's so.
She does a little curtsy sway, like, haha.
Embarrassingly, I did so much I needed to change the light bulbs. I kind of don't often.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah, but I
Dario
don't.
let out a very mean laugh at the curtsy. Like, despite the situation, he lets out like a ha.
Oh, what are you going half for? What are you wearing? What is
No,
this?
you're
Oh
cracking.
my
You're
God.
cracking. Listen, you're cracking jokes. I like it.
Excuse me, Uncle Dario.
Yeah.
Flipping best? What is this? Oh my goodness! Do not let Crispin see you wearing that. Do not.
I know.
Oh.
Isn't it lovely?
Oh, I thought you were complimenting me for a second. Yeah, I forgot I got this attached to my front. Yeah. No, isn't it the best?
No, I like it. I do like it. It is funny. I love it. But you know.
Yeah, I know. We gotta. Everybody in this room's got a great sense of humor, and this is a great present, and I should be proud of it.
Well,
And also,
Aw,
yes,
and who
Prismane
might
should.
have given you
Yeah,
that
also,
delightful present?
He motions with a knife once again over to Delilah.
Oh, I see.
what do you see, dear?
Nothing, Mama.
He moves over to you, Tilly. Also, yes, absolutely. We should never let Prismane know.
Don't like liars, dear.
I am hardly lying, Mama. I am simply not going to say anything that anybody that might possibly be wrong or personal.
So what are we making, Dario? Is that a chicken?
Listen, it's not a chicken, it's like fancy chicken. Listen.
Big chicken?
He is like hunched over in the corner talking to Tilly, and like a huge amount of the affectation is gone. He's just like, listen, this is like the big brother of chicken. This is the chicken that I would spend long nights dreaming of that I can now finally buy because I got a bonus. So I'm gonna share it with all you guys because I want y'all to know what I've been missing. He says, looking back at the pheasant, and then turns back to Tilly. I will admit, between you and me, I do kind of like chicken better though.
I thought
Delilah.
that the chicken's big brother is a turkey.
He thinks about that. If they sold me a turkey, I'm gonna be furious.
Delilah is tickled pink when Dario is like, it's like fancy chicken. It's the big brother. Because one, it's not. And two,
No.
it's smaller than chicken. and Delilah's just like, God, he's dumb. but like with so much affection.
So much affection.
Oh my god. He stands up. It's not done. It's also not done yet. It might be done now. I don't know. We were planning on getting it done for you guys by the time you got here, but he moves over and slowly opens it up. he gets a very mean look looking at the assembled crowd before him. Looks like mine is dumb. Okay, everybody, let's go over to the table.
What?
Yes, indeed. Dario is the superior chef today.
I'm the superior chef.
Beg your pardon.
No. I'm the superior chef for the next 5 minutes. So let me enjoy this.
That makes sense. Hey, everyone take a seat. I'll get us drinks. What would y'all like?
I'm thinking my mama's home.
Oh dear, he's earned it. Don't you start up anything.
I won't.
Just let him have this, just for today.
Oh, no, he's earned it. He rightfully, he beat me. That's fair as fair.
Okay. I would like some lemonade, please. If you have it.
Of course, dear. Lemonade.
Okay, Mama, let me help you with that.
Oh, dear, you've already don't you worry. You are here as a guest, and of course, my sweet little peach. And she like reaches on her tippy toes and gets you on the cheek.
Oh, Mama. Well, let me spend some time helping my mama tonight. How about that?
Well, I won't say no to that.
Beaming helps you with the glasses and the drinks.
Yeah. They scoot on over, and Delilah sets down the glasses and then looks over to Dario. Did you want some of that brandy?
Yeah, you know what? That sounds great.
All right.
Y'all are, of course, old enough to drink, he says, looking at the room. Like, it's a funny thing. Despite struggling intensely with Prismane's birthday, it seems like he does not struggle even remotely remembering Tilly's. You get the feeling there's some favoritism. It might have to do with the twice broken jaw.
I will have you know, not only am I old enough to partake, I in fact did so for the first time just the other evening.
Oh, wow.
What? You drank? Where were you?
Oh yes, Mama, this was when I called you and my words were a bit funny.
Oh my, is that what happened?
Yes, oh my heavens, I bet I didn't even get that across very well, did I?
No.
I will admit, it hit me a sight more powerfully than I quite anticipated.
My gosh, I honestly, I thought you would just been running ragged all day. You were just rambling about things that I just wanted to listen because I love to hear you, but I was positively baffled.
Well, I will say I am likely not to get the same experience again. I'm glad to have broadened my horizons, and now I think I'm quite done broadening them in that particular direction.
Fair enough. Tilly, by chance, have you participated in the alcoholic beverage?
Oh yes, when I have a very long day, I like to have a little bit of champagne with my bath.
Oh, that.
And if it has been a really long day, I have a frozen margarita.
Oh
my heavens, that sounds so fancy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know if I have champagne, but your brother.
Oh no, don't worry.
Oh.
No, that's fine. I do not want any.
Oh, fair enough then. Never mind. I was going to say your
I asked
brother.
for lemonade for a reason.
Fair enough. I just meant that your brother was kind enough to bring over some Alvier wine, and I thought in case you wanted some.
Oh, is that where that went?
Did he take that from you?
Oh no! He took it from Mama.
Would you like it back? You know what? I'll go get that right now.
Oh no, it's fine. No.
But Millefleur is so scary and much taller.
Yes, but it was Prismane's mistake, so he has to make his own bet.
All right. I will take your word for it. I just worry for the boy.
Dario just smiling, swirling the brandy in his hand, looking off into the distance. Ah, Godspeed, dear boss.
Oh.
Well, I mean, we've already gathered, and Dario has prepared for us a lovely dinner. It would be foolish not to try it while it's still hot.
Yes, of course. Here's to a meal with family. He raises a cup for a toast.
And
To
to family.
It resounds out through the apartment, and You partake in what is it's Dario's. It's okay. No, he rolled a 2. It's bad. I'm gonna be real. Dario doesn't really know how to cook a pheasant, so it's bad, but it's here now. So you go through, you eat it, you stick to the things on the side that he did, like Dario. Oh man, Dario cooks what is probably a mean, like, Brussels sprout equivalent. Like, it's very hearty, and you stick to mostly that, not the pheasant, and you manage to stall the timer out long enough that you eventually get to Delilah's meal, and eventually you dig in, and you spend a damn good evening together. Good work! Excellent scene. So, next
Lovely.
up, Yo Teach.
Yeah.
It's you, and then it is Carl, then it is Tilly's time to speak to a moth. Teach, you're somewhere. You're somewhere very important. You're somewhere so damn important that you even left witness protection for the day just to do this, you know?
Yeah.
Let me drop you over here. Like, you're finally going to someone's recital. I growl at you.
I see.
Why are you so disappointed? You're sitting there. You're drinking the beverage of the day, and Noctua is sitting across from you writing in a book. Taking long and very painstaking notes. It's clear that, like, writing with her hand situation is rather difficult, but she's putting the time in to make it work. She sighs and then looks up at you, and then continues writing again in her book.
Peach peeks her head over to take a look.
Noctua, like, looks over at you. Do you want me to tell you what it says? I can tell you what it says.
She kind of thinks about that a little bit. Yeah.
She sits up and gets a very proud look on her face. And so, the heroes with their hearts of gold were stricken from the city. In their place, falling stars illuminated the path for those with hearts of silver. She looks at you and smiles again, and then continues writing.
Peach claps her hands. That's very poetic.
Yes. She continues writing.
She kind of smiles at that a little bit. And then it's just like, wow. She kind of like, what I'd give to read some of your other stories if you're already that good. You must have practiced a lot, haven't you?
She stops and seems to think about this. What do you mean, my other stories?
She kind of thinks about that a little bit. Well, I mean, have you ever written anything else? Is that oh, wait, she kind of thinks a bit. No, wait, I don't think she realizes that.
Noctua gets a somewhat annoyed expression on her face. She looks genuinely disappointed in you.
Yeah.
Like, from the bottom of her heart, she looks like you feel it. In this moment, she's looking down on you. She looks over to you and goes, Teach. I said I'd practice writing. I promised it to Seliph. This is your story. And then she goes back to the book and continues writing.
What?
I said I'm writing your story.
She kind of thinks about that a bit. You know, I've written an autobiography before.
I'm aware of that fact.
Have you read it?
I have, yes.
Good. Then it seems like you have the prerequisite materials.
Yes.
But I must ask, why my story, exactly?
She looks at you again.
I'm honored, but a little bit confused.
The other night when you were, I believe they call it drunk out of your mind, I asked you to completely recount your life experiences. I realize I am likely one of the few people that has heard that in its entirety. Compared to your autobiography, it was far more personal and touched me more deeply. She looks back to the book.
Kind of thinks about that a bit. Well, You're right about one thing. I was very drunk out of my mind. She kind of like leans over on the table a little bit. She just kind of thinks about that a bit. I'm happy. I didn't mean for it to be some big touching story. I was just explaining stuff. I hope you don't intend to publish that.
No,
least-
this is for me.
Okay. She kind of thinks about that a bit and takes a sip. Well, thank you, I suppose. I'm very happy that you decided it was worth writing about.
She seems to take that at face value, the thanks, first and foremost, and continues writing a little bit more, and then sort of relaxes back. Did you ever come to a conclusion? Do you know if you, she starts to say the word, that you, this is fine, I'm quoting you, that you fucked up? She does in air quotes.
She kind of leans back against the chair a bit, takes a sip of the drink. Yes, I think I did. I think I could have been a little kinder to myself than what I supposedly said. Again, I wasn't particularly... It was all stream of consciousness.
You were wasted out of your mind.
Yes. She takes a drink again. It's been a long time, and I forgot how wild I can be, I suppose. She kind of... If I made it sound like I was saying I was a fuck up in general, then no. I think there's too much stuff that's happened in my life to simply write it off as just that. It would be almost unfair to myself and generous to the world as a whole if I were to just say I've had the ability to control every situation I've been in.
He stops and lets the like pen pause on the paper.
But she kind of raises her finger up, anticipating the slug.
You can feel the speech coming and you're trying to stop it, but nothing can stop it.
I can stop. How about maybe I should finish what I'm saying first before maybe you waste your time. It'll help your speech be even cooler. How about that?
Okay, that makes sense. Go on.
She sits there and is like, however, I don't believe any of that has any right to allow me to simply ignore or play off the times I have made choices and have royally screwed up with them. I think I was so frustrated because I made the same mistakes multiple times. Couldn't remember, but even still, it feels like I should have. She kind of turns over, closes an eye, and then looks, and then takes a sip of the coffee. Well, it's your turn.
Okay.
You're gonna give it a speech, weren't you?
Maybe a little bit.
He smiles at her. You're really good at them. Come on.
Okay. Okay, I'll give this a shot, but now I feel put on the spot.
You don't have to.
She clears her throat. Okay, I've got a question. Teach, why do you think I want you to be a hero?
She considers that a little bit. And well, when you told me what being a hero was, you had explained how you thought I could do it, for one. You thought I was someone who was capable, but even beyond that, what you described a hero as was something that you saw me as, so it made it sound like...
You already were one, kind of.
Yes, that's what you had said at the time, and...
You say that and you feel like you've fallen into her trap. You're like, yeah, here we go. She leans forward. Teach. I wanted you to be a hero specifically because you're a person who's made a lot of mistakes. You mess up constantly. She smiles at you, beaming from ear to ear.
She's holding the cup up to her lips and waiting.
And then settles back. No, you have to understand. I can't just quite keep you to myself, because I think a lot of people need a hero that's walked into hell, and then walked into hell again, and again, and again, even if they're dragged there forcibly, you know?
She kind of thinks about that a bit.
She puts a hand on her chest. You might use the word hero, or... You might use the word hero for it. But to me, that word also means teacher, and vice versa. She settles back in her seat. So I'm the best hero around, because look at me. She motions to herself. I walk around the city with a big cape, and I tell people off using long speeches and oftentimes violence to get my point across, and it rarely works. She grins at you. Also, look at how hurt I am. Look at how hurt you are. But I'm still smiling. I'm unstoppable. She grins at you. Even if people find me, like, I don't know, frustrating or dumb or predictable, I want to be a hero for people to know that it's okay to be those things. It's okay to really fight for yourself, loudly, physically if it comes down to it, even if it seems dumb or it hurts. And then she looks at you again, Teach. You've made a lot of mistakes. You continue to make them. You will likely continue to make them in the future. But, well, I'm a hero because no matter how hurt I was, and no matter how much my wounds ached, I fought for me. And I saved me. And now, as greedy as I am, I wanna help others save themselves as well. She leans across and actually holds your hand. Teach, you called me your hero a long time ago. That made me really happy, because it felt like you got it. You knew I couldn't really save you, but I can fight side by side with you in the battle to save Martha Teach. Saving her is up to you, though. She sits back in the chair. I don't really have the right or the knowledge to tell you what type of hero you are. That's sort of up to you to decide. But do me a favor. These things that you call mistakes, these things that you call fucking up, you don't have to really seek out pain just to overcome it. But at the very least, be proud of how much you've survived, okay? There's a lot of people who are proud of you for that.
She kind of claps her hands a little bit. Well, it's another good speech.
She sits back down in the chair and, like, almost carried by the high of the moment, cracks the book open again, and you let out that clap, and she gets back to writing. And like, as she does, almost passively from her mouth come words that you haven't heard in a while. It's a simple statement, an affirmation of who you are and what she thinks of you. I love you, Teach.
She kind of gets hit by that for a moment, and then kind of stands up, and she raises her hand up. Noctua.
Yeah.
You feel it. Except the hand places on top of your head, and you feel it kind of ruffle up your hair a bit. She just kind of pats it and just kind of sits there a moment, and then gives you a bit of a hug from a standing spot. And she's just like, oh, that's very nice. I'm glad you do, honestly. She kind of thinks about it a bit. Well, a lot of that stuff you said, I am determined to be a good teacher, and if what you think a hero is what a teacher is for me, then really the only thing separating it is semantics, huh?
Yes. Also the fact that you will not cut yourself a break. She says, sitting up.
She gives herself a little bit of a smile at that. She's just like, and kind of leans against the table. I've been doing a better job of it recently. I think I cut myself a pretty good break, at least there, but
sometimes.
she kind of like, look, I can get it. I know what you mean. And it's something I'm working towards, and I am trying.
She
Not
gets
done yet with this.
She gets a big smile. Frustration exists within the gap between the ideal and reality.
Yeah, and she kind of like, I'm working on that middle ground. I'm working to bridge that. If there's anything I do want to get frustrated about, it's all the shit that holds me back from doing that. You get me?
She nods. And that is what I can help clear out of your way. But for now, you have something very important to do.
What's that?
You have to watch my play. Becomes deathly serious. She stares straight at you.
I guess I do. I have enough time. No one's gonna find us here. Can't think of something more important to do after all.
Okay, excellent. Let's go.
She
Noctua starts to run away in this direction,
Yeah.
and you notice she's left her book behind.
Teach finishes taking a drink, and she kind of reaches over and pulls out that book for a moment to take a look at it.
You reread those first lines,
Mm-hmm.
ones that Noctua's meditated on for quite some time, and that phrase plays off the back of your head for a while. Some of her hearts, huh?
She kind of thinks about that. There's a sinking feeling in her gut as she looks at that, and she feels like she's been able to separate those out a bit more, separate out her feelings from what's true, what she's striving for, finding that frustration and applying it to a good place, being angry at what she's supposed to be angry at, liking what she's supposed to like. She looks at those, that silver heart phrase plays upon her head a bit as she looks at it. And she sort of thinks a bit. Her mind starts to wander as she sort of grabs the book, heads off this way, and reads it as she walks, thinking to herself that, I wonder if Silverheart. Something seems to just ring in her head with that. She wonders if she's allowed to have one of those by the end of this. As she moves on into the recital hall.
You move in. And you sit down. And you... Finally! After so long! Watch this play. And boy, let me tell you, it's not great. The acting is wooden, the writing is predictable, but at the same time, these people, they give it their all. Noctua tells the story of the hero of darkness, and Isle tells the story of the hero of love, and yeah, the effects are gorgeous. Everything pans out exactly like you might expect, and you're like, yeah, glad I came here. You feel like your gaze, now centered squarely on the rest of the city, sort of smiles, and it's around then that in a crack of thunder, Noctua and Hyle look across the stage, and they see a new presence, glowing and growing on the far side of the stage. Noctua points. Behold, a villain has arrived. And with that, bam! A man strides out onto stage, his long, flowing, insidious cape billowing behind him.
Oh my god.
Noctua looks over at Hyle. It's him. It's the evil overlord. The devourer of the moon.
Hyle looks up at him. Well, I guess we're just gonna have to beat him up.
Ha! Night of love, night of darkness. You think you can defeat me?
The laughs are in character.
Easily so. After all, combined between the two of us are all things, except for the moon because you ate that.
Yeah.
Noctua takes a step forward, and Heil takes a step forward, and the fight choreography begins. And Carl, give me a good description. What sort of special effects do you bring to the table here?
Oh, so normally you'd think man who devours the moon would, be just all about the darkness and devouring entropy. But no, the stage lights a dull, bleak red,
Oh,
raining the stars down upon them.
oh. These special effects are actually pretty good. Hold on. Whatever effect
Starting to get engaged with it.
Yeah, you're starting to really get into this. Whatever effect is being used to create this meteor swarm is actually quite effective. Damn, you're feeling this. Noctua and Haya look up. That did not happen in the practices. This is exciting.
Hyle takes out her magic book and then beats it against her hand as if she was readying a club.
You two prep in, and God, for the remainder of the play, all of this is really exciting. That night for you blurs and stretches away as on stage, this unknown villain gives a hell of a performance that actually adds a brand new dynamic to the proceedings. But, well, let's talk about what follows this. Yeah, let's focus on let's focus on this side of the city. After the sort of high dies down after the play, we're gonna trace Galav and his path. After the high dies down from the play, he was invited personally after all, he makes his way over to the docks to grab himself some ice cream. Because hell, it's a cheat day. He had an office party earlier. He's not gonna win today, diet-wise. So I'm gonna let me put him over by the Sloopy stand. Grab me a Galav, doink, doink, doink. He's sort of wandering along, and in a similar position to the one that he saw him last time. Fade, you've had a lot to think about today. Galav spots you. Yo!
Oh, hey, how's it going?
Going really good. Thanks in no small part to you, he says, smiling, walking up to you.
What? Because I showed up to your office party?
Yeah, no, it was, no, sitting and chatting was fun. He kind of smiles a little awkward for a second. Nah, it's just, you're a real performer, you know that, right?
Thanks. Thanks.
He smiles and like, yo, you got a sec?
Yeah, sure.
He sits down on the bench and just like goes and looks out over the water. Legit, I got like, between you and me, like, I don't know. He motions out to the setting. Feels like I might get up to some real talk like I did last time, but I got nothing on my brain. It's just completely empty up here. I've had too much sugar today.
Oh yeah, today's one of your cheat days, isn't it?
It is. I mean, if there's an office party, it's a cheat day for me.
Fair enough. I mean, you probably work you run around long enough that any day could be a cheat day. You'd still probably look good.
He smiles at that. He draws himself up to his full height, like, oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, if you say so.
Fade sighs and sits there silently for a moment, and kind of fidgets with something in his pocket, and pulls out the same envelope he showed earlier to Teach and Delilah. So, I know, I hate to kill the mood with real talk stuff.
Uh-huh.
So you know my mob business and all about that.
Yeah.
And the blackmail we were looking for, well,
He kind of nods.
I guess you're my best friend, and I should show you mine. No more secrets, no more lies. Just... He hands it over to Galav.
He takes it pretty gently, picks it up, opens it up with those giant meaty hands, just picks up the piece of paper. Honestly, it looked borderline comical if it wasn't if not for the direness of the situation. He's lifting it so gently, almost like he's inspecting it with tweezers.
Fade is doing his best not to look at him and just looking down, kind of embarrassed, ashamed.
He goes quiet for a while, and silence just reigns over the bench for probably a minute or two. And he quietly takes it back, puts it back into the envelope, and hands it back over to you. God. He can't tell if he's laughing or crying 100%. He looks out across. Holy shit. Hey, whose decision was this?
What do you mean?
I'm gonna be real. Well, we used to get into all those fights, you know? I couldn't not notice when my eternal rival and best goddamn friend in the world suddenly disappeared, started treating himself like he was a different person, and started using a different name. He slams the fucking dock. I thought the mob put you up to it, man.
What?
Why do you think I've been so afraid of them? They made the person that I was relying on most in the world just vanish? He sits back on the bench.
You knew?
Of course I knew! How the hell couldn't I?
Fade starts bawling. Galhaf, I thought I've been alone this whole time. I did it because... I don't know, I thought Fade would do better than Dust would. I don't know why I did it.
He starts patting the back of your head. God damn it, I thought that they were holding you ransom or something, man. I thought they had some deep shit. I thought this blackmail that you were gonna give me was the shit that they were using that made my best friend fucking vanish. How the hell else was I supposed to take it? I spend most of my time with one dude and then he becomes someone else? I thought you couldn't tell me because, I don't know. He stops. I thought you couldn't tell me because you didn't have a choice, man. And looking at you now, almost feels like you still didn't. So, what I'm asking, who the hell you did this for? Serious. Punch that person's teeth in.
Well, I don't know who I did it for. Now, I don't. God. I thought that Fade was who this city needed. And I guess now I was wrong? Was I?
He fucking rubs your back with one giant palm. Shit. Fuck. You know what?
What?
Would have done the same thing. Imagine Guileford disappeared tomorrow. I'd snap up his job in a heartbeat and keep the paper afloat. And I'd be the one trying to restore glory to the Yarnell family name. Shit! He claps you on the back really hard, and your entire body just buckles.
Fate sits back down and puts his arm around Galab's back. Goes, all right. No more lies from me. All right? You're stuck with me now.
Deal! He yells even more loudly. Shit.
I'm gonna be doing something big soon. And I know you're busy with the grapevine and all, but I could really use your help with it.
He's bawling. He, like, before you finish, he's already bawling, and his hand's still around your shoulder. And you look up to his face, his entire chin is wobbling, and he looks over at you as the reality of this situation spreads through his entire body. And he just looks at you, these big bloodshot eyes. Welcome back, man. I missed you.
I miss you too. Fade buries his face in Galeb's chest scarf and just hugs him for a long time.
You two remain there as long as it takes. Fuck. 5-minute break. Hold on, 5-minute break.
The boys are crying.
They crying.
Oof. Boy, Galav knowing the whole time makes that so much fucking worse.
Oh, my heart!
Oof.
I'm gonna go get water. Be right back.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Oof.
Who's crying in the house tonight? It's me! It's the boys! It's everybody!
Oh boy.
What's the mood, gamers?
Whoops.
I don't know, but I think Dario's the flippin' best.
You bastard.
You can't argue with the apron.
No.
You
The
can't
apron
print lies
only
on,
speaks
on an
true.
apron, so
Yeah. What are you gonna do? Print lies? You think people would do that? Just go on an apron and print lies?
Yeah. That'd be insane.
What's
only
everybody
an
doing?
awful person would do that.
Printing
Good.
lies on aprons.
How
By the
are
way,
you doing?
I'm doing
Yeah,
great.
I'm dropping this on the pause screen. I'm saying that this happened. I'm just saying.
Oh,
Oh,
the bond ups?
good.
Yeah, I've been doing a bad job. I'm gonna be honest, we've gotten a bunch of them. We got a Dario Delilah one.
Yeah.
We got a Tilly Dario one. We got like
Let's get on that in the break.
yeah, that's not a bad idea. That that might be how we do this shit going forward because mid scene I fucking forget. Like it's
hard
just
to
gone.
do.
It's gone. It's
Yeah.
really
It's
hard.
hard not to be in the middle of it.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
doing it during breaks would be totally fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Woo! Okay. Now this is a oh yeah, I dropped us on the Teach's obliterated scene. I'm sorry. Teach has been removed and sent to space.
She's at a dance recital.
She's
Yeah.
at a dance recital. It's fucking
Apparently,
hard.
so is Sonder.
She's at like a play.
I love how smug Dario's is.
He's got more of that energy coming out more and more.
Good for him.
Okay.
He's having fun.
Betel Selif, yeah, that's another one.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
getting it. I'm getting it.
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay. Next up,
One more.
Next up.
let me double check. Let me double check.
That looks horrified.
I love selling quantify content so much.
Every
Someone
time
is
people
terrified
post the
to be
face,
bonding up.
I just pronounce it as ovo.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh,
Ovo. Okay.
Listen, Selif has social anxiety. He's horrified to be bonding up with people.
He does not like this.
He
Okay,
doesn't
everybody.
like that, like, a
Scary.
screen appears above his head. That never happened back in Nest.
No. City's scary. Everybody drop pluses in chat if you're back.
Itch, welcome to the everyone's suddenly looking at you club.
Oh boy. Okay. So, for the first one of these two, we need Tilly, and then we will need Teach. You guys can. It's moth time. It's fucking moth time. Let's go.
Oh boy.
So I'm gonna wait until Christian's back. I'm gonna actually take 2 more seconds myself. Once Christian gets back, we will start. It's moth time.
All I'm envisioning is just like the Star Trek main room and just like brace for impact. It's like the whole room is shaking.
Martha, give me your hand. Christian, hold my hand.
Hold.
Hold.
I'll give you a hand. Perhaps it won't be mine, but it will be one. Good luck.
What? Ha! Yeah, this ain't all on me.
What are you
Joke's
talking
on you, Grandma.
What are you talking about?
Oh, you'll find out.
Oh. Ugh.
What are you gonna like professional leave?
You know what? I have that power too. Disappears.
You both ditched here!
He's just standing on the sidewalk like, hello.
It's raining and is like it's just sitting in a puddle, just like they'll be here. Like people walk on by, like, oh my god, sir, are you lost? Is someone coming to pick you? Yeah. No, my mom and my best friend are gonna pick me up. Don't worry, it's okay. Like they're just running a little late. All right. And they leave him in the rain as he watches another family come together. He's like, oh man.
Okay, I'm back. Christian's back too? Okay. It's moth time, so yes.
Moth time.
Over in this area actually. Over here.
Oh.
This is happening.
Oh, of course.
Julius Steers looking down. You do have that fancy flavor of vanilla now, I've noticed. The person behind the stall. Yup, we got it after it was requested. I'll take one of those. He gestures to it. Okay. Straight from Eurus to here. Vanilla. gives him the cone, takes a step back. Tilly, you are allowed up next.
No, wait, come back. I don't know what to get this time.
Oh,
I'm thinking something different, but I'm not quite sure what.
Oh, 2 points over here. Do you want strawberry? It's good.
What's your favorite?
Strawberry. Tyr, almost bashful, watches as you're dispensed the pink ice cream.
Pink Scallop's favorite flavor.
Pink Scallop's favorite flavor. You wind up walking away a second later, having been dispensed your scoops. Yeah, of course, come back. He Tyr like walks ahead and like starts to move in this direction. He looks out and looks around, sees all the people chatting outside. I was never good at small talk. Things are going good for you right now? Is a question?
Oh, you don't need to try and do that. Just because I put my hair differently does not mean I am not the same person.
He exhales pretty heavily and actually looks relieved at that. Same, yes, things have changed for me recently, and I'm trying to regain my social graces, I guess, and, it's kind of psyching me out a little bit. Being able to relax would actually be nice. He sort of relaxes a bit, takes a bite of his ice cream. Oh, right. So, I met with Vaughn the other day.
Oh yeah. How is he doing?
The memory troubles are still obviously weighing heavily on his conscience, but at the same time, I think he's doing fine. He, looks over to you. He could obviously use no small amount of help with that, but I think part of him is, at least a little glad to be free of the little bastards. He says affectionately.
She feels a little pang of guilt in her stomach every time the whole memory thing gets brought up, because it has registered to her that at some way she is the root.
Yes.
Well, I guess it's just going to be lifestyle changes for so many of us now that most of that has been dealt with.
Yes. Hopefully your lifestyle's improving.
Oh, for me? Well, I'm no longer afraid of dogs with umbrellas. I say, probably not expecting to see a dog with an umbrella in the near future. I don't know if I can confidently say that it's improving, because it hasn't happened yet, but my family, they're all doing so many different ways. Which way are we going, left or right? I don't know.
He looks back to the left. He looks back over your shoulder. Tight HQ is that way, and then he looks back to the left. Then goes, let's go in this direction. He smiles.
Yeah, so my family, my father and mother, and my youngest brother, they're actually leaving the city to go and work on a farm? I do not know. I was not involved in the immediate decision, but I will not stop them. They could use the sun anyway.
Tear, no hint of irony in his voice. Yes, your father was quite pale. He could use more of a tan.
I feel like... never mind. Anyway, so, no, I do think I'm going to be quite busy though, because, I still want to run around with my camera and all of that, but... There's really nothing stopping me from dancing again, so...
She...
Wait, hold my ice cream for just a minute.
He does so.
Okay, so... Okay! I have been inspired by you and your promises, and so I promised to myself that I want to be on stage dancing again this time next year.
He blinks and looks at you, and then almost like pointing to himself internally is like, me? Question mark? And then he shakes his head, trying to dispel this idea that he is not a person and cannot influence people.
Get it out of here.
He shakes his head. Oh, forgive me for saying, but I'm curious, what did I do?
Well, you've done a spectacular job. Can I have my ice cream back, please?
He hands it back, like it's starting to... He totally got caught up there.
So did she.
No, you have done a spectacular job keeping your promise to me, and it's just like... Oh, wow. I don't know where I was going. The gumballs.
Honestly, even if it's just that first part, I'm glad I was able to keep that promise. He seems genuinely very relieved. Similarly, it seems like you kept everybody up here safe, so, good work on your end as well. He takes a step forward and thinks. I remember the last time we were over here. You said you had a problem, and you solved it yourself because you are strong and tough, and at the time, I'll admit, I might have had my ego might have still been a few sizes too large, but internally I thought that was just, I thought you might have been bragging He turns around and looks at you. If you were
She's
rightly,
like looking down at the sidewalk, thinking, like she's listening.
if you were rightly so, he lets out a chuckle. You could say I'm impressed. At the time, I wanted to learn whatever technique you had for dealing with these creatures, and just the same. He thinks back to what she said about the camera and about keeping Emporia's visage in her head. I think I could still learn that bravery.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to remember what I said about being strong and brave. That doesn't sound right. Normally I'd say something like clever and crafty and quick or something. But you are right. You are right. Yes, The reason I found out before I was, I believe I got my different channels mixed up, and I actually explained it wrong. But, I'm sorry. Can you back up the gumballs again?
He quietly nods, and then takes a step backwards also as well. He nods.
Oh no, that's it.
She sees him stepping backwards, and his feet movements remind her.
Yes, of course. I said that, I would help you if I had to, and now I have to help you. Okay, come with me.
He blinks and then starts to follow behind you, tip tapping.
This is the right way, huh?
To which area?
Oh wait, no, that's the wrong way. Oh wait, I'm going the wrong way. This way. So no, you were talking about how you were. Oh yes, now I see the. Oh,
okay, it's clicking in her head what he was saying, like, oh, my ego might have been too big at the time, blah, blah, blah.
I do sound like that a bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
No, I was quite sad because you said you didn't want to protect me with your sword, but your sword is so cool! And then I thought, oh man, I would like to learn about how to use a sword because I do have this!
She pulls out her knife.
He looks at the knife and is like, yes, that's an incredibly intricate blade. He says, taking a step forward and actually studying it. Where did you get this?
I was given this on my 15th birthday. This, you see the shiny part here?
He like leans in and looks at it, nodding.
She holds it up to her horn.
Doesn't it look the same almost?
He blinks and nods.
This part here is made from my grandma's horns. Each one of the kids, we have one.
Oh, his entire... You have never seen Julius Tear with an expression that can most accurately be described as a... Hold on, I've got a freaking character for this. You've never seen him with an expression that looks like let me move to it. This? But yeah, he's looking in and it's the way that family can watch over family eternally. It's beautiful. It
is pretty nice.
He gets the most gentle smile on his face looking at it. He looks so pleased. And everybody in the family has one of these. Are they passed down at all?
It's sort of like a generational thing. Like I will have this knife for, as long as I can. If I drop it in the sewer someday, oh well, that's another story. But hopefully if I have children or something, or maybe if I don't have children and then my brother has them or my sister has them or something like that, their children will get just a little piece of us. It goes down the line kind of thing.
He's listening to you talk about all of this and like he almost has the affectation of like it's like a monk or sage like smile as he listens to this and hears out like sort of the enormity of what this knife represents and how it'll
I forgot, of course.
Yeah.
Should be this.
Of course, the knife stat.
Yes.
He looks at that knife and, just still smiling, reaches down and pulls out his silly sword, and you guys are gonna start heading in this direction. He moves about this way, and still walking, he tests the edge of the blade, and like looks back to you. To tell you the truth, have you ever used that knife?
Yes, although, not really on a person. It's, I was given it when I was still a teenager. I didn't really have anybody directly to use it on, thank goodness, but I was taught how to use it, and I've only really had to use it when encountering the ghosts.
He like looks at the knife, looks at his sword, and we're very much the same. I was carrying around a normal sword for a while. I accidentally used it to impale Cassius, so I stopped using that. This guy's like, what the fuck?
She makes a little pouty face and puts a hand on his arm, like patting him, like, oh.
So I decided to start carrying a blade that meant a little bit more to me because I figured I might exercise a little more restraint if I were carrying it, he says, with a kind of pained smile, remembering how he was on the day in front of the train and remembering how he was around Cassius. This sword's decorative, first and foremost. I've now cut a person with it, and turns out it does that perfectly well. He sort of mumbles, thinking about what he did with Maxie, but he holds it out. This blade was my parents. Collectively. He smiles. It's actually sort of a fusion of their two swords. Civ, you got it a long time ago. The fucking big-ass hilt of one sword, the blade of another. He resheathes it. My father was actually apparently someone studying to become a knight. Was going to one day be the retainer for the Marigold family, and my mother was a follower of the crab god from Rauji. He actually prods at his fucking eyebrow for a second. Still got a little bit of her, actually. A little bit of that blessing kicking around in my system. You look at his fucking eyebrows, and Civ, I want to reveal to you what he is. Julius Tyr is a combination of a moth and a shrimp. His current grayish pallor, uncooked shrimp man.
Uncooked shrimp!
Oh my god. Listen. He continues on with his story, unaware of the crimes that his creator may have committed.
She looks up at him with sparkly eyes.
Mermaid!
He kind of smiles. Yeah, I actually do have some scales. He says, blushing slightly.
We match!
He looks extremely pleased at that. I made a mistake to go and try to hunt down. My parents when I was extremely young. Both of them being warriors were involved in the 1-week war, and both of them actually met their end during the 1-week war. He sort of trails off. And then sort of like looks out and over and starts to walk with a little more determination. But I got some good news recently, actually. These swords, I inherited from them. I never knew them. Actually, I was in the orphanage before I discovered that they were fighting in the 1-week war, and I decided that that was my chance to find them. Silly, but he sort of like trails off looking ahead down to that harbor, the glittering water out there. They joined a mercenary band where you wouldn't keep your name. All you'd wear was a mask. He sort of like, his shoulders hang for a second, shake for a moment. You feel like there is a sob buried in there somewhere, and then he straightens up, looking proud. Just the other day, I found out they didn't die fighting in some grander war. They died fighting alongside my father. So I'm proud of them, I guess. He smiles and walks ahead, Julius Tier having found some resolution.
He did it.
You two walk out onto the pier. And Tyr looks across and sees someone standing there. It's time to finally fulfill one last promise. That you'd be there when they met. Let's delete that Gal 11 fade. Okay. Peach!
Hello.
Yo, Teach.
I for some
What
reason I
up?
clicked on my unmute and my mouse double clicked. But yes, I'm here.
What costume?
Let's go with. What day is this? Is this still the same day as the graveyard?
Yeah.
Okay, I think she'd still be in new design then. Yeah.
Suit mode, okay. Yeah, Teach, you're sitting there, and you look at two people walking up to you, already carrying ice creams.
Damn it. She pulls out a little bowl that she grabbed from home, the thing she stopped to get. It's wrapped in newspaper and everything, and she sort of considers it and then unwraps the newspaper a little bit and then moves on up, already having a smile on her face, as she's just like, she kind of looks over and gives a look at Tilly there. Stole my ice cream date, didn't you? No, he. She pulls out the bowl. It's this very nice, elaborate Rausian bowl that she has. One of the only piece of like fancy porcelain or anything she actually has. It's pretty big, and she puts it straight forward. Come on, fork it over, put it in.
You want to steal my ice cream?
No, you can keep it. But this is a communal bowl. Come on.
Okay.
She looks at Tyr like,
Don't you okay me? This is my date idea, and you're not stealing it. Put it in. Come on.
Tyr,
Okay.
Tyr like hangs his head slightly like, oh, I don't know if I missed this, but I missed this.
Glad.
You
don't have to miss it. Come on.
He takes another step in and then takes the ice cream in the bowl.
All right. Excellent. You're gonna have to wait a second, though. She steps back. I need to get my own. She steps up with a bowl of ice cream and gets her own, and then makes to do that and turn around again, leaving them for just a few seconds alone.
Takes a look at Tilly. I should have. You know what? He looks back to her, back to you. Some part of me is screaming that I should have warned you about any of her behaviors and mine. But at the same time...
Hey, Tyr, you want an extra scoop?
But at the same time, this is exactly what I need you here for.
Hey!
Yes! I'd love one.
Cool. What?
Strawberry!
Like the other two?
We're walking over there. He comes up behind you and leans in. Yes, of course. Keep your voice down.
She gets the strawberry and then gets her own flavors assembled and then puts them all together in the bowl and then just kind of looks around a bit for a moment. All right. Well, she pulls out 2 spoons. I didn't have a third one because I didn't. expect to have a third one.
Fine, he
but
steps
hang on.
around. It's-
Yeah.
I'll
Hey,
take-
can we have another spoon?
Yeah, give me another spoon. They hand over a spoon.
They hand over 2 spoons, I think you mean.
Uh,
Oh, 2 spoons for Tilly!
he hands them over to you, slightly embarrassed. Yes, you can have both of them. Tear, exasperated, sighs. And then looks over to you, Teach. I thought we'd be... You know, at this phase in both of our lives, I thought we'd be past this.
Past what?
Causing a scene?
She kind of thinks about that a little and taps her chin a little bit. Causing a scene? Well, I believe you're the one who caused the scene by not coming up closer. Come on. She kind of steps back and then kind of points over with the spoon. Hey, I got a cool place to show you.
Sure.
Have you eaten anything beyond ice cream?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
I've been feeding myself quite well.
Mm-hmm. She kind of
But,
looks at him up and down. Yeah. Okay. Good.
You start to head towards that building, and Tira actually takes a look at it. Are we going inside?
Yes, we are.
On a day as nice as this?
She kind of turns around. What, you have a better idea?
Yeah, let's sit by the docks.
She kind of thinks about that. All right, that sounds good. She kind of like, I secede. Perhaps I don't have any good date plans today.
Tilly is renewed with a new sense of now every time she hears about water stuff.
Tyr actually leads you shifts past these people and leads you out to a dock.
Excellent.
You just sort of move out in this direction, and he just sits down. So I heard you've made quite a stir in the city lately.
She puts the ice cream bowl down with 3 spoons in a position away where everyone can eat from it and sit next to each other. She's sitting in the middle of the pier, but it's fine. She kind of tosses up. Yeah, I did. After this, I'm going back to the tower, and I'm not coming up for a while. Till classes tomorrow, at least.
Oh, poor forlorn princess in the tower, locked away from the people.
She puts one hand on her cheek and then stuffs ice cream in her mouth with the other one. I suppose
Tilly 2 spoons the ice cream.
I guess it depends on who you ask, if I'm rather a princess or a dragon at the top of the tower, but semantics.
Tyr is watching you two destroy the ice cream very efficiently, looking down at a singular spoon, just like, okay, here I go.
Well, you can, buddy.
Daintily picks it up and like puts a hand under it and just like eats it bite by bite. Well, tomorrow, I suppose helping guard that tower will be one of my responsibilities.
Oh? Really? She kind of pokes over curiously. What do you mean?
I've been left quite the weight by my father. He reaches down and actually, you hear my father teach. That's new.
She kind of thinks about that.
New.
Excuse me. She kind of leans over.
He reaches down and pulls out an earring.
Each sees the earring, and almost immediately you can see her mouth go agape for a moment as she looks across at it, and she almost reaches forward to snatch it, but kind of goes slower and kind of looks up. Okay. She gently looks at it, inspects it. Oh my god, this is... She kind of like... This is... What? Really? He gave it to you?
Yes, of course he gave it to me. He tucks it away in his pocket again, looking very proper. I'm the ex-captain of the Tide, after all. Secession, if it should fall to anyone, would naturally fall to me.
Is that what that means?
He nods.
You're going to... Oh my god, you're going to work for the Tide, aren't you?
I'm not just going to work for the Tide, I'm going to lead it.
Teach just like leads back, and she's just staring, and you can almost see it, Tyr. There's just this expression of bewilderment, surprise, and something a little else just drifting beneath the surface. And you can almost put it into words, but it kind of shifts a bit, and she just, says it out loud. It's almost obvious at that point. Oh, wow, Tyr, I'm proud of you. You finally made it, huh? After all that bragging.
He pats his pocket. Of course, the tide has grown larger since I aspired to take over it, and it's gained a number of troublesome responsibilities along the way. Yeah.
And
he looks
are
back.
you one to shy from those kind of things?
He nods. Yes, absolutely.
She kind of thinks about that.
Listen, it's the tide's motto. When we come upon choppy waters, we run. He looks at. It's a mixed metaphor because obviously, if you're in choppy waters, you're probably in a ship, and running on a ship doesn't help very much. But he kind of smiles at you. I ran for a while. She can attest. He motions with his head over to Tilly.
You've been getting into trouble?
No, actually.
I've been trying to keep him out of it. It took several people to literally haul him away from it.
She kind of like, she kind of looks and she's like, well, okay. Well, tell me something else then, I guess. Yeah, you're in the tide now. Cool. Like, you're not running from it, even though you're supposed to, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, what?
How's that making you feel?
he sighs and then takes another big scoop of ice cream this time. Zero holdback, zero properness, and takes a bite. Normally I'd feel trapped or helpless. I'd want to hide a little bit more, you know? Let the world pass me by and let the troubles that are being cast across the tide simply pass me by. And when the devastation was done, I'd pick up the pieces. He sort of relaxes back. I don't have the luxury of that anymore. He motions to himself. Normally I'd say that's because, in terms of what happened to me, on the empty night, I died. He touches his chest.
She puts her hand up. I know. I know.
And he continues on, dead serious. I thought that I could maybe claw my way back to life if I wanted to. He shakes his head. Took me a while to realize life wasn't something I had to earn. It was something that I was already living. He looks down. So, as a person, with relationships and responsibilities, I can't run. I can't run from something that my father left me. He grips the earring a little tighter. He sent me off with a smile, and he gave me a chance. Could be a chance to redeem myself. He looks down and he picks up the bowl himself, and now he's just eating it selfishly. It could be a chance to prove him wrong, to change him in the way he wants to be changed. But more than that, he takes that spoon and he puts it down, places the bowl again. Gave me a chance to return home with pride. And it gave me a chance to do something that he couldn't. He slides the bowl across the dock again. So, call it my own foolish pride, but I want to save the tide. Not someone else. I want to weather this storm, and I'll be the one at the head of it that carves those choppy waters apart. And looks at you and tests your reaction.
She kind of just seems to sit there and think about that for a moment. And that's what you really want to do?
Yes. he like folds his legs. Enough hiding.
You know, you seem a lot calmer now. You used to be a lot more anxious.
What are you talking about? I'm much... Listen to the stuff I'm saying. He turns his head away, borderline pouting. How could I be calm spouting this drivel?
She kind of thinks about that, and she's just like, no, I don't think you can just redirect from that. You feel a little different, Tyr. It's not like, She kind of thinks a bit. Man, a lot happened, didn't it?
He, looks over to you. Yes, it most certainly did. I could say the same about you.
Oh,
But
yeah?
once again, no, I'm not going to redirect. He puts up his hands. A lot happened, but I don't think it's enough to fundamentally change me, he says. He pats his chest. Not even death could do that.
She kind of, sighs a little bit. I see.
He looks over to you, closes his eyes, and almost proudly says, if you're noticing something now, maybe it's you who's changed.
She stops a little bit and thinks, and she sort of like holds herself there and goes remarkably silent for a moment.
His eye peeks open. That one actually got you, huh?
No, it's... Hey, Tilly. Would you mind if, you gave me just a moment with him?
Of course.
I need to thank you.
Okay, I will go and get something very quick.
She steps up a moment and just kind of sits on the edge of the dock and kind of like just dangles her feet off for a second. And she looks over and she's like, give me the bowl, you greedy little bastard. She grabs
he
it away
grumbles
and
and
takes a
hands
bite.
it over to you.
She takes a bite a little bit. Don't mean to shy her off, but she kind of like thinks about that. She holds silent for a moment and then kind of turns over to the side to look at Tyr a bit as she's just like, earlier, I ended up coming face to face with Gwen.
Is that so?
Climbed the tower and he told me a lot. And I followed up and walked back to Pinnacle Tower.
He nods. It seems like he's not surprised by this course of events.
Wasn't the way I wanted to learn about everything, but it's the way I got. She kind of stops and then looks over to the side, and it's just like, She seems to be debating on something. There seems to be something stuck in her head as she's just like, I don't know. I never really thought I'd be put in this situation. She kind of looks over at him again. I always thought I'd be the one to croak first.
He lets out a horrible, mean laugh. Well, there's a taste of your own medicine. He very meanly states.
She kind of takes the spoon and grips it in her hand and jabs it into his thigh.
Imagine how it was for me, hearing that you might not have much time left, and, well, all the worry that I went through, with you not telling me exactly what was going on with you, he says, casting his gaze over to the side a little bit.
Why do you think I was so patient? I
get it. He looks back across and he shakes his head. Yeah, you certainly were.
She kind of leaves out a sigh and then just kind of waits there for a bit. It's just like, yeah.
You remember what you told me back then?
What?
I'm going to do your least favorite thing in the world.
What?
I'm going to use your own words against you.
Try.
He looks over to you. I'm not done fighting yet.
She kind of thinks about that. Well, that's good. I'm glad. What do you...
Looks back over and across.
Kind of points a spoon at him then, again. And you're fighting for. I'm not kidding when I say you feel different. You feel like an entirely different person.
He once again shakes his head. If anything, I'm a little less me than I used to be.
Doesn't have to be a bad thing. And honestly, I don't know if that's really true.
He looks over. Let me tell you. The me that they dragged out of that sewer was very much like the old me. The position I put myself in, with all the love and care in the world, I wanted to prove Vaughn wrong, he says, looking out and across. I wanted to show to him that I could be the one who brought glory to the tide. I did that to the point that I couldn't think of anything else, and my end became unavoidable. Or so I thought. He looks back over to you. You're not looking at a changed man. You're looking at a person that's managed to cast off those shackles of expectation. I'm alive now, Teach. More than I ever was. And, his eyes close, and that same smile returns. But, I have to admit, first and foremost, I was tired of letting a certain part of me win.
Certain part of you?
What was it that you called me? He smiles.
Shrimpy?
Please.
Julie?
Not around...
An anxious wreck?
Yes. No. You called me a sad sack. He's just looking over to her.
I've called you a lot of things. Sorry, get a little mind, but he kind of flashes a smile and
not
default.
Shrimpy around Tilly. I guess I was tired of being defeated by, I was tired of being defeated by myself. He, looks down. If you think, the old Julius Tier couldn't have done this, you're probably correct. If you think that the old Julius Tier wasn't like this, you're probably correct as well. But I want to make one thing abundantly clear. I'm not changed. He looks over to you. Big sis,
What?
this is the person I always wanted to be.
She thinks about that a little bit. I see. I'm honestly a little happy you've got there. Could feel it, you know.
Yeah.
The hyper-focused, super goal-orientated man who just walked on through and always did what was necessary and nothing else. A guy like that doesn't get a boating hobby.
You know what? Tears like... You're too good at that.
That's all I have. She kind of like she's like takes a bite again. She kind of thinks you. So then, if you're finally the person you want to be, what's your step next?
Well,
And I'm not talking about your goals or your aspirations. I'm talking about more for you. What's next for Tyr?
He holds out his fist and clenches it. A motion that is overblown and dramatic, but kind of works. I'm going to reclaim the life that was taken from me. Pure and simple. That's what I want back. But, other than that, I want to take back all of the other things that were taken from me. Starting with the tide.
She kind of thinks a bit.
He looks at you dead in the eyes immediately afterwards. I won't let them sully the good name of my family any longer.
She waits on that note.
She jabs you with the spoon.
What?
That includes you, you know.
What do you mean? What have I done?
He blinks and looks at you. You're more dense in tunnel vision than I am. He looks over and he looks dead, like pouring into your soul. I said I wouldn't let them sully the good name of my family any longer. You met Gwyn. You're being shoved around by the mob, the university, etc.
She sighs out from her nose. Tyr, if you want to have the right to say any of that, you better spend more time with me. Just like I haven't been able to see how you've been doing recently, sure as hell haven't been seeing what I've been up to. So don't try to make yourself sound like some kind of speech-giving asshole, okay? I've got enough of those.
Noctua takes 30 damage somewhere. He looks back across. You've changed.
Mm-hmm. We all do.
Normally you would have said something more to the effect of, what would it have been? I don't think you could help, or worse, especially worse during the early years, thank you. Tyr does something entirely uncharacteristic for himself. He leans over and leans his body against yours.
She kind of sighs at that, and she reaches over and kind of wraps an arm around his shoulder and pulls him in really quick. It's nice to have you back.
It is. It's nice to hear you ask for help in your own indirect way. He looks straight ahead. You kind of forgot. It's weird. You saw how emaciated looking, how pale, how like ghostly Tyr was. You genuinely forgot how strong this man was, and the presence he casts around himself. Fucking sharp as steel, straight to the point, but there's an honest calmness and clarity to it now.
She kind of thinks a bit about it. So, Tyr.
Yes.
She kind of like simply looks off at the pier a bit. You're making it your goal to seriously try to take some of that back, right? More for
All of
yourself,
it.
all that. Yeah. Well, I can tell you straight up. She kind of actually turns over a bit at him. I thought the same thing almost a decade ago now. And you know what? I still had some time to sort of sort that shit out, so I'm gonna have to ask you to listen, because I'm gonna give you a bit of a head start on something. After all, you don't got a decade, do you?
He exhales through his nose.
She kind of, she lets that kind of bitter joke sit for a moment, and then thinks a bit too. I'm really glad you're doing what you want to do and trying to fight for what you want to fight for and all that stuff. I set out then to go and fight too, just because I knew things weren't going to end super well. Didn't mean I tried to stop being a teacher. At any time, it could all just be for nothing, but I still made that trip, you know? I still wanted to see the end. It sounds like you got all that stuff sorted, so good job, buddy. She kind of, with her arm that's wrapped around, she reaches up and pinches one of his ears on the other side of his head.
You are patronizing me. It's not a don't patronizing me, he's stating it, though.
She pulls him in as soon as he tries to pull back a little bit. I think I'm allowed a little bit of that, don't you think?
Sure, fine.
Good, thank you. She kind of, it's the duty of a big sis to patronize her little brother.
I don't...
It's also a job to be there for him. So she kind of sits there for a moment. Don't get lost in the big stuff, okay? She kind of like looks over a bit and is like, and don't think you only got this year to make your new self. I'll tell you straight up, there's a lot of stuff from that past, a lot of stuff buried away. You keep trying to insist that I've changed, I'm a new person, or all that stuff, or that he also hasn't changed, you're the same person, you're sending me mixed signals here, but...
I think that you've changed continues to come from you, and you're insisting on seeing it your way despite me talking otherwise. Looks like you blithely in the face.
Well, okay, I'll take that. She kind of think, it's not like you could just argue you haven't changed, because come on, you might not have changed your attitudes or all that stuff, but you've grown. Is that a better way to put it?
He folds his arms, kind of nods. Yes, sounds great.
Good. She kind of pokes at the ice cream a little bit. Well, she pokes it into the strawberry ice cream, and then pokes it into the other strawberry ice cream, and then pokes it into the other strawberry ice cream. And then with 3 different scoops of strawberry ice cream, she kind of holds it up and looks at it a bit. I guess what I'm trying to say is, keep forging towards that end and stuff. But, don't get tunnel visioned yourself, okay?
Yeah.
There's a lot of different flavors of ice cream behind strawberry. Maybe you should try some.
He looks at he looks at Tilly, who is reapproaching the scenario. Let's see. And he lets out a snort. Just that. Yeah.
I don't have to teach you anything, Tyr. She just kind of blurts that out. I think you've already done enough good for yourself, and I'm proud of you for it.
No, shut up.
Let me finish. She pokes at the side of his cheek with the spoon. I mean, you don't have any need for a study session anymore, okay? You've learned, you've got a lot of studying. You went with your little study buddies before you even got me. Hell, you're so scared you had to come with a friend. She pokes at him a little deeper with the spoon. So I got a test for you. How about that?
Yes, I'll hear you out. What's your test?
I'm going to be leaving the city for a little bit. I guess for me, she kind of like thinks a bit. Got a little bit of hope from a place I wasn't expecting. And now I gotta go do dumb paperwork. But she kind of turns over a bit. You've got your goals set. Feels like you're ready to move forward no matter how anxious you might be. So, I want you to put that courage to the test. And I want you to learn and see a lot more of the world around you. I think you'll find that with that new perspective about your life, you'll find that everything glimmers a little brighter. There's a little light to the world with it. And I want you to look around, see all that cool, crazy shit all over the place, figure out what you really enjoy and what you really think is you, and we'll meet upstream again, and maybe you can show me, okay? And it better be a pretty cool thing, because, I mean, you come in walking sounding all cool right now, so you better deliver, okay?
He reflects on this, looking over to Tilly, gets a frustrated look on his face. Teach, are you gonna pass him on, like, aura of rushing water or anything like that?
No. She raises up her hand. You want to shake?
He stands up, and looking
She
back at
stands up
Tilly
too.
again, he extends his hand for a shake.
She shakes. And with that shake, these two, both of them, swimming their way upstream on their own path, with death at the ending point. Yet still, they find their own journey and they enjoy the path there. They move with pride, not thinking about it simply being a life moving forward with some doomed end, but instead, a path with a fitting end, the end of their story that they travel to. All that they do, whether they succeed or fail, being the path they carve for themselves. Every single swimming move upstream is something for them, separately, yet perhaps they can understand each other in that way. With that, Jay, I'm not going to spend 10 experience to pass rushing water.
Yeah.
I'm going to spend 10 experience to pass the entire path of salmon class to tier at its base level.
Feel that coming. He takes your hand, just grimaces, looks honestly like a petulant child for a second, stands up, takes a step forward, moves past, and fluffing his cape up behind him, starts to move. That was bullshit, by the way.
She kind of looks.
You don't have any lessons left to teach me? Then what the hell was that?
Final exam.
Tyr moves up to Tilly, walking forwards, and he leans down. And this time he extends a pinky promise.
Hold on.
You didn't notice it until now because you were too busy trying to roast each other. But she has a bouquet behind her back.
Tyr blinks a few times.
One moment. Here you go, Martha. These are for you.
She kind of steps back and puts her hand up a bit. Sorry, bouquets, a little bit. She kind of thinks a bit. What the hell? She kind of reaches forward and grabs at it a bit.
You are not going to turn down a bouquet of beautiful sunflowers from me. I will not have it.
I suppose not. She takes them. Thank you, Tilly. And thank you for the privacy. At least as much as you decided to give.
He asked me to come.
She kind of smiles at that and looks directly.
You're
and
being
thank you for
very
coming.
rude to my guest.
Thank you for coming. My apologies. She does a little curtsy, lifting up the hem of her jacket like it's a dress.
She curtsies back.
Okay, what?
He reaches down and he, like, offers you a pinky promise.
Oh, yes, of course.
I want to renew this one. In 1 year's time, I will certainly come to watch you dance.
She, oh boy, her eyes just well up.
Okay.
His
Well,
face
you're going
splits
to
into-
have to help me get there then.
He nods. I feel like I've got a path to that now.
Okay. Well, what now?
He makes the promise and he stands up. Tyr gains a new gift. This is his promise to overcome his destined date of death, as well as a promise to live in the present to the best of his abilities. Now I guess I'm, going home. He gives you a weary smile, bows, and then starts stomping his way downtown.
Have fun with all that paperwork.
Oh boy.
Mm.
They're
Good
going
job.
to heckle him.
Mhm. They are gonna heckle him a lot.
Mhm.
It's his first trial as a new tribe captain, I think. Or back to that role.
Hmm.
How you feeling?
I don't really know how to put it into words.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. You
She
tell
kind of
me how.
sits down and she's like, "Hey, it's okay. You don't have to put it into words for me. You can simply just feel it. It's been one hell of a couple of weeks, hasn't it?"
Yes. What? Is this the same duck?
You
It
gotta
is!
think. I think it
Yeah,
is.
no, that's the same fucking doc.
She kind of turns over. Been working on my smile a little bit, just for you as a treat. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It's whatever. I have been trying. I don't mean to be so condescending.
I
Talking
would
to
have
Tyr.
liked if it was just for me, but that's a little greedy, so I won't. Whatever.
Well, it has to be a little bit for me, or it doesn't count, right?
You know what? That's right. That's right. You're right, Martha. You're right.
She kind of nods her head. She kind of like looks across. I really shouldn't be sitting out here. I need to get back to that tower.
No. Yes. No. That is important
But
to me.
but she kind of like nudges Tilly's shoulder a little bit. You know, I hope you'll save another seat at that performance. I'd love to see it.
Oh, but of course, an esteemed author of dance? Of course. I read that book, by the way.
Oh yeah? Honest rating, how was it?
I guess it's just me. I was hoping for something a little more flowery, but no, it checks out.
Oh jeez. She kind of clutches her chest a bit. It checks out, does it? Oh. Well, I'll take that. She kind of sits up a bit and stands and then stretches a little bit. Well, until next time, Bijou, I hope life treats you well.
I'm going to make it treat me well. And you do the same.
She kind of nods her head. Yeah, sounds good.
Go back up to your tower, Dragon Princess.
Yeah, I'll go do that. You too, Dragon Princess. Or I suppose get off of your tower and enjoy the wonderful city that's laid out before you. We'll trade places for a little while.
She actually
Alright.
stops and looks out and around oh wow, that's it's occurring to her. That's an option for her now, and it really wasn't before.
She kind of holds, looking back. just like us. You don't need some incoming fate to be able to appreciate the world around you, you know? Hope you enjoy the city. It's got a lot waiting for you. I think you already know that, though. I mean, hell, I talked to Sal, went by your shop. It's so wonderful. They've got such a great energy.
Oh boy, you talk to Sal. Please be kind to him. I am afraid one day he will get an ulcer and just die on the spot.
Oh no. I'll be as kind as I can. She kind of nods off, having really run through the sentiments and things she could say. He sort of just gives Bijou a genuine smile. And then she sort of nods and kind of waves goodbye. See you later.
Hi.
She will actually just sit here on the dock for a little bit, and it's probably too far down for her to wade her little feet in the water, but
Yeah.
she will just sit there and enjoy the way the reflections bounce the light around and ruminate on what has occurred, and not even consider the fact that this is the first time, day or night, that she has been outside by herself for a while.
Holy shit. Yeah. You sit out there in that blistering sunshine. Oh boy. Over here? Yeah, let's do this one. Oh boy. Tide HQ! Nico.
I'm here. I am ready.
Nico.
Me.
You're being stared at. You feel the weight, the presence. Tide right now isn't doing too hot, but it seems like they've attached to you. It's a little frustrating.
Fortunately. Okay.
Unfortunately.
Where's the boy?
Well, it's around that time that,
No.
this happens. Let's do this
Boy.
once. Slowly, the door cracks open behind you, and you feel a presence enter the room. Thunk. Hey, everyone! A call sort of travels out through the room.
Sander disengages from whoever he was interacting with of the crowd.
You managed to extricate yourself. Hey,
Takes this
wow.
opportunity as a distraction to be like, no, I'm not in there anymore.
I'm sure you're all very confused about what's happening right now and what I'm doing back. Well, let me tell you, I have prepared many explanations. And with that, this man, who you've never seen crack a smile, dives forward and throws his arms around Tyr. Hey, Seymour, off. Sam moves forward and sort of like slips back. One by one, the guards start to descend on Julius Tyr. Karsh turns around. Whoa, what the hell? He jumps up and leaps and cannonball dives into the pile on top of Tyr. Okay. Everybody, take a step back. Just give me a little space. I'm sure you're all very confused, Karsh does not give him the space, about what has been happening with me. He manages to shove Karsh off. Seymour, your arm's in a cast. I feel cruel doing this. He manages to extricate himself and take a step backwards. He strains himself. But I've been given a rare chance. I'm back now. I'm doing better than I was. And I'm here to lend whatever expertise I need to the Tide. Someone important has trusted me with leading your organization. So, I hope at the very least, you can acknowledge your old Tide captain. And he bows his head. I'm sorry for running away for as long as I did. I thought that this was a fight we couldn't win. I thought that I was honoring the Tide's teachings by lying low, but I was wrong. I'm here to make sure we weather this storm now. He looks around. Karsh takes a step forward. I mean, yeah, of course. You're already the next in charge. We got your room all set up for you. Oh, do you? Yeah, I mean, it's right upstairs. Come on, I'll show you. He puts up his hands. Hold on, I need to inspect the premises first. I need to really see what you've done with the place. Give me a sec. Tyr starts to actually move in this direction. And the door slowly it's open, and Sonder, you're left with the group, and Karsh looks over. Wow, he looks like crap. And
Sonder, who was watching, like, please God, everyone just, like, thank God a distraction has occurred. He kind of, like, he blinks slowly at the door where Tyr went through and was like, it does look a little different.
Sonder, you start to move over. There's a feeling, curiosity spreading throughout your entire body. Sonder, unfortunately, the lizard brain in the room of, I wonder what's going on with Tyr, is a little strong right now.
Make him investigate the man.
You start to feel a compulsion. You start to move towards
I'm gonna make him investigate the man.
You start moving over, and
He scoots past everyone, bodily moves Karsh.
you start to make your way over. Tyr over here moves into the dojo, and actually wiping his brow, starts to breathe extremely heavily. Sam watching him. You did good out there. Ah, you're like a ghost. He's just looking up to Sam. See, you still haven't gotten over that public speaking flaw you got. No, it was good to see everyone again, but I said, I think, what they needed to hear. Yeah. Don't push yourself so hard, man. Good to have you back. Sam pats him on the shoulder. And, Sonder. You slowly open the door. You look inside.
Slow my ass. He walks in like he belongs in this house.
Yeah! You just open the door, and Tyr looks at you, and in a second, he focuses in on you, hand on sword, he's about to draw it, and then he freezes, completely still.
Thunder makes direct eye contact. Saunders watch. There's like a weird vibe where he's like, fucking do it, I dare you.
Tyr slowly relaxes his hands. Thunder, did you always look like that? And then he takes a step forward, and with almost a look of confusion and wonder,
Thunder just watches him slow blink like cat.
his mouth sort of falters for a second, and he looks at you. Of course you did. Tyr, in another unusual gesture, reels his arm back, claps you on the shoulder, and holds out a hand. My dear friend, it's been far too long.
Sonder takes his hand.
Sonder, you take Julius Tyr's hand, and yeah, you remember it back in those days too. The old days of the IPD versus the Tide's Edge. All the long sleepovers you had tolerating Julius Tyr. You realize, even if you might slip from the minds of most people, this person, for whatever reason, always kept a careful eye on you. First out of distrust, then maybe a sense of rivalry. Now the only thing that crosses Julius Tyr's eyes is relief. And you feel a sensation spread throughout your body. He seemed to look at you with horror, shock, and recognition at first. But as you impact Tyr, you realize Tyr's changed a lot too. Physically, Tyr isn't the same flesh and blood body that you remember before. Just by impacting his hand, you can feel a resonance that cascades throughout your entire form. Tyr, right now, is held together through sheer force of will. This man is continuing to move well beyond a time that he ever should have, and that will courses through your being as well. It's like an electric charge. Sonder, you're suddenly feeling fired up, actually.
Yeah, he's got a lot of.
Tyr takes a step away and moves towards Sam. And then stops and turns around and looks at you. I know you rejected me the last time I asked this.
Thunder inclines his head like, what? What the fuck? What could you possibly have to say?
But now that the IPD doesn't exist anymore, why not come over to our side? He smiles. I need a new captain of the tide, after all. My old position's vacant. Come on. He takes a step forward. Join us.
Thunder he looks around, he looks at Sam.
Sam looks over to you and is like, I'm not taking that job. It's all yours if you want
it. he kind of glances back at the door where everyone else is and is like, you know I'm not a monster hunter, right?
He lets out a laugh.
Thunder lies.
I think the notorious Absence would beg to differ. He's just taking a step forward. Those words echoing off of your head again.
Sunder blinks hard. Like, the consequences of my actions have come back to haunt me.
Just like all those ghosts I punched.
Yeah, kind of like he squints at Tyr a little bit. It's like, and when did you hear that?
He motions with his head. I go below as well sometimes. He looks at you. Come on. Full honesty. Yes, you're not a monster hunter. You never were, but we aren't exactly hunting normal monsters. I think you're better equipped than literally everyone out there to face this threat. I'd be a fool not to ask at the very least.
He takes a moment to think. He takes a moment, kind of almost putting on the same show he did with Vaughn. And then kind of sidesteps the question a little bit. So you really are the one he picked, huh?
Unfortunately, yes.
He tilts his head and kind of like regards Tyr very closely. Sure.
Tyr's face.
Tyr's. I did always belong here a bit more than out there.
Tyr's face splits into the biggest, widest, toothiest grin you've ever seen from the man. His eyes pinch shut, and he gives you a look of pure joy and relief. Well then. Okay, Captain. Apparently they still have a room for me.
Sunder leans a little bit and puts up a hand, and then kind of leans a little close to Tyr and is like, you keep that absent stuff to yourself, alright?
He nods. And you keep, he taps his own chest to you, okay?
He nods.
Tyr nods and strides back out into the Tide Hall. This time, Sonder following closely behind. The two move into the room. Tyr now built up, fluttering with this unbelievably resplendent aura. Karsh, in the back, looks across, and he just watches them exit. Still feels like something's missing. Yeah, that's right. Someone a long time ago told Karsh some dumb story. He heard it from someone somewhere else. A story about a fish that swam upriver, eventually cresting that horizon and becoming a dragon. Tyr strides into the tide, a new pin clasped tightly around his throat. And with that, I'm gonna call it. I know that isn't the end, but we're going so late. So, we're still doing beach episode next week, but there's gonna be a little before the beach episode that is differently flavored, I suppose. Thank you everybody for tuning in. I just can't in good conscience push this any further. There's still material left. You guys still have scenes you very much want to do. So yeah, if I could ask for everybody's patience, maybe next weekend we can meet up early or something like that. I don't fucking know. We'll figure it out, but for now, let's call it there.
Yeah.
Excellently done, everyone.
Good job, team.
Good
Nice work, man.
fucking work, team. Tomorrow, please come back for the Fade and Sonder randomizer.
It's
But
Monday?
I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. I will banish. Okay, let's go. Why am I playing the sad music? What the fuck is wrong with me? There we go. Whew. Okay. J-Man,
What?
thanks for doing fan art.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Give me a sec too. But there we go. Alright, let me know when everybody's in.
Oh, yeah.
I'm in.
Nice squawk.
Okay. So, first up, thank you, Lesser 2020, as usual, for putting together this little imgur. Actually, this one's not little, this one's actually really big. Yeah, thank you very much as always. So, let's get started. So, first up from middle, we have a Welcome to Indigo photo of our classic Chapter 1 thing with Mindigo in the background.
Aw.
Excellent work on this and mine to go as a whole.
Yeah.
I always love this picture so
Mine.
much.
Now
And then-
property of Battle Illman.
We got from Inky, the Googler.
The Googler! Most powerful phantasm.
Yeah.
On
And
Goosler.
from Lester 2020, we got the Hypologue.
Hell yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the hypologue.
Yeah, thank you, everybody.
And from Pocky.
Aw.
Aww.
Lovely. Thank you so much.
Hurt my dog.
And from Vampire, we got a cryptid
Punch your
to
dog
cryptid
right in the snooter.
communication. Cryptid to cryptid conversation.
Oh,
Yeah,
That's how they do it.
that's
I
how they
get
talk.
along.
And then from Lester 2020, got Narch with her cursed ass VHS tapes.
I got these VHS tapes from one customer to eat these. She also ate fingies and legs.
Neutron.
Listen,
Oh god, the
Nyx's
Throwback.
proto arch. I had to throw something in there.
Yeah. And then from Lupa,
Aw.
Oh, very
got
nice.
Cosmo
Oh,
R202
Loving the ears.
Very nice.
Big.
And then
Oh.
from Jasper, we got a Cosmo.
Oh,
They're on guard duty.
they're so
Mhm.
cute. They have such a good design.
And then from
Recharging
Pocky,
hell.
you ghost or something?
No.
Unfortunately.
Regrettably.
And then from Every Sig 314,
You are already fed.
and then from Pocky,
But he's an insider source!
No one at the party!
I'll give you an exclusive insider interview.
You guys are lucky.
yeah.
Aw.
And then throughout Trash Bin, we got more Noctuas.
Yes.
She
Nice
progresses.
one.
She progresses.
From Pocky,
Oh.
Hey,
Aw.
buddy.
say
Hey, they don't hate each other anymore.
They got along.
Good
They
job.
didn't fight in a scene.
Friends.
Progress.
2020, POV, you are Teach.
Why do I feel like I replaced someone? Not to in the distance. She made me wait on the roof. She made me wait on the roof. She made me wait on the roof.
Very
Yeah.
important teaching is going on the roof right now.
And from
Chad, I'm so glad you picked up on that. You
Chad,
people on
I
your
am
toes.
so enthused by the way you have drawn him.
And then from Pick,
I don't know why. You have a lovely smile.
You shut your mouth.
and then from
Wonderful.
Pocky,
Oh
Big Sad.
Oh.
There it is.
Hey, big sad.
no. I had to steal your cat.
Zephyr Zers now introducing pistachio flavored pistachios.
They wouldn't be as
Oh.
good as regular flavored pistachios.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
No,
Chad.
no, you guys are gonna
Sad
kill Yam
Ovo.
if she sees
that
this.
Ovo.
Sure is.
Sad Ovo.
That's more like an oh no. And from Pick, another
A
sad
plus
Ovo.
line.
Oh.
Alright, we're just rolling into fucking end my life.
Yeah. Jackson Whale.
Yeah!
Aw.
Wonder how she's going.
Everyone has a weird bitchy girlfriend.
Yeah. And then from Pick Out Trash Bin, we got more of the.
That's Indigo.
Yeah. More of the mob.
Oh, your weird bitchy girlfriend. That's the tagline
What?
of the
From
show.
Bramfire.
Oh.
Small dog.
Small
Killer.
dog.
Small dog.
Dog 2 was very important to me.
Yeah, let me.
Everyone's following a small dog. Sonder for a second, like, excuse me?
Yep, and from Pocky, they chillin'.
Love
Yo,
you.
Yes.
I love her. Terrible.
Love her.
And from Zephyr Surge, she can't reach the pedals.
I can't drive. Don't say can't reach the pedals. Don't say I'm a mage. Oh, more.
More.
There you go. From Nico, we got Smoke Witch's sketch. Hold on.
Yes.
There she is.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
That's my girlfriend, you guys.
Yeah.
You popped off on this design.
Yes,
Yeah, that's so fucking good.
There she is.
There
I
you go.
love her.
It's the worst.
Monichi, thank you for the throwback. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Yeah.
All back.
The comic that inspired her.
It's the original.
Service. Oh, that's character development right
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Yay.
And from Pocky.
Yay!
Oh.
Everybody gets a turtleneck.
That's what
It
happens.
is the future.
Oh my god.
And
Oh
from Pick-
yeah, I love
Yeah.
that. Love that.
God, they're so
Oh.
cute.
Yay.
They are.
You.
Sim, that would be your new icon.
Oh my god, please. Oh,
And from
I'm the
Pocky.
flipping best.
Oh, I love it.
Oh,
There you go.
Sorry.
I love that man.
he's so good.
And then from Monichi.
That's all
But it's
the
now that the
yeah.
city is haunted. Now cultists are flocking in from all over. Go man, I'm dancing on your bridge. My bridge now, you hear that? Look at the way I dance on it. Disrespect your bridge, goat man.
The Cinnamon moments before death.
Oh my god.
We got more of these.
Impressive.
That's more the
Whoa.
thing.
She turns into.
Take care of your slew. She will dissolve you, don't. And then from Zephyr Zers, Martha Teach fucks up, written by Slug.
Author Slug.
It is
Oh,
what
Slug.
it is.
Slug.
Fun.
And from Pick, there he is. Dario.
There he is.
I can't read it. It's small on the screen share.
It's more like the better cook for 5 minutes. Let me have this.
Let me have this.
And then from Polly Poyert,
I see.
What do you see?
Nothing, mama.
there you go.
I see that doinker on the bottom of the screen. Yeah!
Oh.
Yeah!
Happy this
Guys, these nourish me.
Yeah, I'm living for
So
this.
much power.
Oh, you look so soft.
Yep, Moses 2020 POV, you are still Teach.
you don't make me say it.
With small
I love the
Cosmo in
googly
back.
eyes. I think
Googly
Cosmo's
eyes,
still
Cosmo
like-
in the background.
Yeah.
I have the hardest job in the entire world. I watched her cry on a dock for like 20 minutes.
Yep. And from Pick,
Aw.
Oh,
my god.
these. That is like prime Dario. That is the expression and feeling where he like leans over you. He's like, okay, now I'm gonna talk to you about something very stupid.
yeah.
Oh.
I want Dario and Sonder in the same room.
Yeah, and then from Roma,
Oh.
They died fighting with my real
There's
father.
the boy.
Big sad.
That was what I said last session, J-Man, that I realized that I'm like, oh, I'm gonna throw that back at you.
Yeah, it was good. And for Monster 2020, she has a knife.
This is my grandma.
Hello, Grandma. Nice to meet you.
My grandma would love you.
She would.
And from Roma.
You want another scoop?
It's just real tear suffering hours these days.
Also from Roma.
Oh, little.
Small one.
And then from out of the trash, uncooked shrimp Mothman.
Uncooked shrimp Mothman. Listen, he's got.
And people wonder why I kept on calling him Julius Clear all the time at the beginning.
Oh,
Jasper.
Oh,
resplendent.
Yeah.
Fancy.
And then from Pick.
You knew?
I'm not gonna reprise this line in my original voice. How couldn't I? You're not. I'm not doing it again. Fuck.
And
Aww.
Graveyard picnic.
Graveyard picnic.
Delicious.
very nice.
Just because we can.
Yeah.
Lovely, thank you.
Yeah. And then from
Yes.
this 2020, there he is.
Yes.
There is the boy.
That's so fucking cool.
Fucking katana with a fencing sword handle with a ring.
Yeah. Then we have from Pick. That's
Oh
actually
my God.
scales.
I do actually have some scales.
we match. We match.
Oh god, they're so cute.
I love it.
From Pick, we have Jester Tilly. Let me really quick
Oh my
refresh.
God.
I believe we got a few more.
I love that so much.
Juicy little squeaky toes.
I think there's 2 more. Maybe 3 more.
I just saw them and holy
Yeah,
shit.
yeah.
Holy fucking shit.
Scroll.
Scrolling.
Squalling.
Going.
Oh, it's so
Oh
pretty.
God, we're going.
So many. Y'all spoiling us, thank you.
Thank you
so
so much.
There we go. First up from Let's 2020, Chapter 2 Epilogue. End.
Oh, fucking fantastic.
There am.
Very nice. And then from bonus round from Chad. Cassie's in the back.
Check out some papers for you.
Come on, Shrimpy, say it. Say uncle.
No, never.
My God.
That tear expression's my favorite thing.
That final panel has the same energy of, you like Krabby Patties, don't you, Squidward?
Word.
Holy shit. Okay, thank you everyone for watching. Thanks for coming out, players. Thanks for staying out late. We'll figure out what we're doing with the remaining scenes. There's just a few of them left, but I'm not gonna keep you here for another hour. So like, yeah, we'll talk about it later. There'll be an epilogue, an epilogue postscript, epilogue PS. This one still ended on a very good note for everybody who watched through. Thank you so much, and I hope to see you tomorrow and next weekend.
Yep. Say goodbye, Chad, everybody.
Toodles.
Bye.
Bye. For Gent Cat Power Hour.